Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Team Combat League. The Dallas Enforcers and the San Antonio Snipers kicking off a big night of action. A doubleheader for you here on MeritTV. So glad you're with us. I'm Dave Bontempo. I call this bite-sized dynamite. Every fight is one round. I'm with Bubba Jenkins, the bad man. Now
Yes,
we
sir.
took him out of the arenas and we brought him into here. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you for having me, my man. I'm excited to be here. We get a little bit more focus on the fights, not so much going around, not so many, finding so many different people. We get to focus and watch the fights tonight a little bit.
And there are going to be 24 of them in each contest, all of them one round, and we can't wait to get started because Dallas and San Antonio have been two of the most talked about teams in the league. And let's take a look at Dallas and some of the top performers they've had so far this year.
Yeah, we got Stevens right here. These guys had a great round. It's going to be a good matchup tonight. Dallas has really stepped forward with this guy coming forward. Stevens has been amazing for them all year, along with some of the heavier weights.
Yeah, 4-0 for him. And Patrick Mailata, he's been the man.
Absolutely. He's switched teams from Las Vegas to Dallas this year, got a little bit better of a paycheck, and Dallas is looking on him to be that guy, be the big boy to get him up with the bonus points.
And he's also the type of guy that you need all the time to decide matches. The heavyweights often have it come down to them, so there's a lot of pressure on them. We'll be talking about them as far as fighters to watch throughout the evening a lot because oftentimes they're the last ones.
Absolutely, and along with the women's division, there's a lot of the bigger gaps in those divisions, so you get a lot of those big point swings, those big punches that change the swing of the matchup. So that's what we're going to see in the women's division and in the heavier weights.
Well, San Antonio, coached by our buddy A.C. Bryant, really came out of the blocks first week, and then last week a 1-point setback. So this is a team with a lot of talent. They have to try to bounce back.
Yeah, they got to bounce back, but they got the perfect guy at the helm with AC. We had him in the studio. You guys know his acumen, his IQ. He's going to be the perfect coach to get these guys right back in that winning circle. And then you have the females, again, the women's division. This newcomer right here has took the TCL by storm. Williams has been lighting the women up and definitely doing a good job of getting the bonus points. She's got some of the straightest punches in the TCL.
Latia Williams, a possible star in the making as you take a look. The Las Vegas Hustle, Dallas is 2-0. Philadelphia, the defending champs, they are 2-0. San Antonio 1-1 with that excruciating 1-point loss to Phoenix, but that was able to get Phoenix into the win column. So the launch card will be up next, our first 8 fights. What are we going to look for here? You get a look at these matchups, and they decide the tone of what we're going to see later, the first 8. Set of 8.
Absolutely. The first 8's going to set the tone. Like you said, they're the launch rounds. They're getting the crowd ready. They're getting you guys ready for the understanding of what the last couple of rounds are going to be set up for. The money set and the mech set is going to be definitely the important parts of these rounds.
Okay, there will be a lot of fights to watch all the way throughout, from the launch rounds, the middle rounds, and the money rounds set. So we'll take a look at that. Anything particularly exciting to you in the launch round?
Of course, like I was talking about earlier, Patrick Mailata and the big boys. He's going against Zachary Spiller, and that matchup has been a really good one. We're going to see this one. Clash is probably going to be for the matchup. So as long as these guys get down to the heavyweights, we might see the split decision come between these heavier punchers.
All right, let's welcome in the third member of our broadcast crew, Amelia Moore. Welcome. Happy to see you. And what do you have for us on the ground where the venue is tonight?
Good. Absolutely. Good to hear from you guys. This is Amelia Moore, the Boston Butchers. I'm telling you, usually when I'm out here, I'm getting ready to get in the ring. I think my body's ready to fight. But coming here with your sideline report tonight, a couple of exciting things to be looking out for. Absolutely, our just setting off the initial rounds. Round one, Jewry Rodriguez, highly anticipated. This is a Team USA, highly decorated athlete, Pan American gold medalist, making her TCL debut tonight, along with her pro debut. This is so huge. I've trained with Jewry for years, actually competed against her when I fought 125, so super stoked to see her get into the ring. You guys already hit a little bit on it about the big boys. We got Zach Spillner and Patrick Mailata, and always great action. Patrick has been consistent. He's a heavy hitter. He's such a great athlete. Zach Spillner, on the other hand, is a massively top prospect that we're working with right now. He's a top sparring partner for all of the top 10s and the top 5s in the division right now. And then we've got a great story coming in with Jarvis and fighting his Adrian Salazar, his coach. So you guys stick around. This is going to be a fun night tonight.
And both of them, of course, tied in with Errol Spence. So thank you, Amelia. We'll be coming to you throughout the night to get your insights as a fighter and as somebody who is right there to get how people are, what they're saying, what they're feeling, and the vibe. Well, coming up, we're getting ready to start the show. The Dallas Enforcers against the San Antonio group, 2-0 versus 1-1. On the other side of the break, we'll be ready to start the show and get it underway. Stay with us.
Blink, and it's over. Saturday night ignites as the Atlanta Attack faces down the Miami Assassins. It's a fight you don't want to miss. Atlanta versus Miami, tomorrow night at 8 on MeritTV.
Sleep Cream is the revolutionary all-natural cream made of organic oils and plant extracts. Simply apply Sleep Cream at bedtime and start enjoying. Sleep like a baby and bright-eyed, bushy-tail mornings. I mean, you do want to start sleeping better, right? Try Sleep Cream today.
To order, visit sleepcream.com to start sleeping better guaranteed. And for a limited time, get free shipping on your first order by using code PHIL at checkout at sleepcream.com.
As a physician, there were some tough lessons of life. We have no say on quantity, but I can help with quality of life. And that became my life's mission. And that's how I started Balance of Nature. It's my desire to help people's lives. And this is the best way I can do it.
Get 35% off your first set as a preferred customer. Claim this offer by using discount code.
Step into a world of tranquility. Enjoy private accommodations. Let go of distractions and embrace the calm. Start your quiet exploration in jail every weekday on MeritTV.
Balance of Nature is a proud partner of TCL Team Boxing. As a preferred customer, get 35% off your first set when you use code FIGHT. Go to balanceofnature.com or call today. All right, let's get inside and get this started.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here live on Dr. Phil's Merit TV. Welcome to the Boeing Center at Techport Arena. It is Fiesta Weekend here in the Alamo City, San Antonio, Texas. This is tonight's Lone Star Showdown. This is TCL. This is Team Boxing League. Tonight, we'd like to give a huge, big thank you to the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation for Combative Sports. A big thank you to them, and a big thank you to Program Director Greg Alvarez. And a big thank you to our sponsors, Climax, Moonshine Fire 32, Serenity Springs Recovery Center, and Balance of Nature, proud health supplement of TCL. And now, it's time to meet our teams. We introduce to you first, let's meet the Dallas Enforcers!
Dallas coming off a 229 to 223 win last week.
Dallas has a really good coach leading them. They have an amazing job of listening to their coaches. Last time I was in studio, or last time I was in the arena, I got to hear some of the coaching yelling at them and really having them tuned in to what he wants them to do. I was really excited to see that tonight.
Quite a pulsating victory last week over Houston.
A little bit of a rivalry match, you would say, as well.
Well, now you could be for first place if you San Antonio, you could get back to 2-1 even with them. So there's a lot on the line here.
Absolutely. This is going to be a great battle of good coaching. A lot of good coaching going to be giving in the corner. Strategy is going to be paramount on the sidelines.
Introducing first, the bantamweight, Alexis Mones. The featherweight, Avoran A.J. Grant. Former national champion and Marine veteran featherweight, Monserrat Carmona Correa. Lightweight Malik Lark. Welterweight Deontay Brown. Junior middleweight Mauricio Bad News King. Middleweight Adolphe The Whoop Stevens III. Heavyweight Patrick Magic Mailata. The lightweight Sambiaku. The welterweight Adrian Salazar. Former Chicago Golden Gloves champion, super middleweight Jordan Action Jackson. The light heavyweight Ambiola Space Santorio. Former world title challenger, cruiserweight Calvin Hot Sauce Henderson. And heavyweight Lazari Small. And now, let's introduce the hometown team, the San Antonio Snipers. Retired U.S. Army Master Sergeant with 3 tours of duty of combat heroes, head coach A.C. Bryant, San Antonio Snipers. Introducing first, let's welcome bantamweight Jewry Rodriguez. Featherweight Jorge Jesus Romero. the former world title challenger featherweight, Leanne La Chingona Calderon Smith. Lightweight, Frency El Jodon Sarka. Welterweight, Charles Garner. Junior middleweight, Caad Smith. The former Texas Light Heavyweight Champion and middleweight, Corey Snapback Caad. The heavyweight, Zachary Spiller. The lightweight, Sean Bates. Welterweight, Jarvis Shepherd. Super middleweight, Bryce Blackwell. Light heavyweight, Gerald McClellan Jr. Cruiserweight, Adrian Taylor. And heavyweight, Glenn Williams. Once again, your San Antonio Snipers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we honor those who protect us at home and abroad. Here to sing the United States national anthem, please welcome Chelsea Carmona.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
We're about to get rocking.
Absolutely excited for this matchup. Texas on Texas rivalry right here. And if anything I know about Texas, they do it big. We're in for some big punches tonight.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the launch rounds. First up in the 118-pound division, representing the Dallas Enforcers, here is Alexis Araiza Mones. And in the red corner representing the San Antonio Snipers, Jewry Rodriguez.
San Antonio, whose house is this, chant? They're definitely going to try to protect home court.
All right, so a couple of top fighters to get us started. Rodriguez, 11-time national champion, Olympic trialist. You heard Amelia Moore talk about her, training with her.
Yeah, fast hands from Rodriguez, as we're seeing here earlier. Got clipped right there by Mones, but Rodriguez coming out very fast, trying to protect the house, as they were calling on the champs.
It is a big deal when you're fighting in your own house.
Absolutely. You got your family in the crowd. You got some friends there, of course, you know, and definitely your sparring partners are on the bench often with, you know, with the TCL. So you got a lot to back up. Mones looking dangerous, though, with her initiative punches. She's getting in there and going first.
Yeah, she's timing this situation pretty well.
Yeah, she can see all those punches that Jewry is throwing. Oh, got her with a good left hook right there. A massive left hook.
Unfortunately, she saw that one a little too good.
Yeah, she did. Caught her right on the chin. And Jewry didn't back up at all. Rodriguez kept going forward, even though she got clipped. That's a good from her. You know, that's a sign of a good chin and someone who knows. You only got a short period of time to get going. Mones is back on the back foot. Even though she clipped her, she's a little bit more, looks a little bit like she's the one that gave up the punches. Good punch right there by Mones, calming down a little bit. She's got to settle her feet down.
Yeah, you get more power when you settle the feet down. It's not just trying to run and gun. You get some impact.
She's running into some punches, though. She's got to see it a little bit better. Jewry Rodriguez is doing a good job of counter-punching. As I said, she was being first, and now she's counter-punching and just doing an amazing job of seeing everything. I think Mones needs to be a little bit faster with her punches and add some feints in there, because she's definitely getting beat on the way in. She's getting popped on the way in, often getting her head snapped back as she's getting started with her combination.
As she's coming in, Rodriguez is making her reload.
Absolutely, and she's moving constantly. This motion right here is amazing. She's got to be careful because that left hook is wild. Oh, she almost went down right there. Of course, it's just out of her motion. A lot of times you're going to see people moving like this. You're going to see them fall because they want to get that motion, and sometimes you trip over the feet with those rushing bulls. Little elbow to the shoulder right there, huh?
A good clipping shot here by Rodriguez.
It's a good round for Mones and Rodriguez. It's a great start for us here at TCL.
Because you had Mones pressuring and Rodriguez trying to make like she was the ring general.
Yeah, absolutely. And then they switched a little bit of the hats there. They gave up some big punches, gave up some clips. So we're going to see it in the highlight, but they're definitely going to highlight some big punches eaten by both of these girls.
Take a look at some of the action. That was probably the best shot of the fight.
Yes, it was. It was the left hook, and it mattered a lot. It changed the whole perspective of what the fight was going on. But she did land a good right hand right here. Kept coming forward. Good round by both girls. I think Sniper was just a little bit more aggressive.
Well, this is a big one that they need because AC Bryan very high on her.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the winner in round number 1, 10-9 your score for the San Antonio Snipers, Jewry Rodriguez. Round 2 is brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, known to bring the heat. Introducing first, ladies and gentlemen, in the blue corner for round number 2, representing the Dallas Enforcers, Hitmen, AJ Graham.
Exciting.
And in the right corner, representing the San Antonio Snipers, Jorge de Jesus Romero.
Exciting fighter AJ Graham is. He told me last time I saw him, he's like, hey man, you guys need to start looking at me for one of the pound-for-pound fighters in this organization. So I said, I'm gonna be looking for it. All I can call it how I see it. I'm not biased at all. I call it how I see it. If you come out and you show me some action, we're gonna give you that pound-for-pound. So he's definitely rooting for or trying to show everyone at TCL that he's that guy.
Came into boxing partially to sharpen his MMA skills. So now we've got this righty-lefty matchup, and take us through it from the San Antonio side. You're the righty. What are you trying to do?
Well, I want to not circle to that power arm. He's circling the wrong way. I want to circle to his jab arm just so I can stay out of that power. I'm going to circle to...
Circle to the left.
Yeah, circling to the left. Because every time you circle to the right, you're lining yourself right up with the main puncher's power side. And that's just not what you want to do. So right now, we're seeing him circle the absolute wrong way. Graham's doing a good job of keeping him in that circle. If you think about a flashlight, he's keeping him inside of his flashlight, inside the light of the flashlight. And if he's on the outside of the dark, that's going to be where he wants to be. But he's not. He's directly inside of Graham's flashlight, getting hit with everything that Graham wants to throw. It's also about that lead leg as well.
Yeah, you want to keep your lead foot outside the lead foot.
Yes, you do.
But how do you do that without looking down? Yeah, how do you get that sense that you're doing it? What else tells you?
Plenty of time in the gym, you know, especially where you are in size and body, and you understand that once you have your legs in the right place, your hands can be where they need to be. If you don't do that correctly, you're never going to put your hands where you want them to be. You're guessing. That's a good
shot there.
Overhand. And then sometimes you guess good, you know, you guess good, you don't guess wrong, that might happen. You know, he definitely stepped in and committed to that uppercut overhand, and it landed. You see Graham trying to get his overhand out of there. You know, he always has an exciting round. Regardless of win, lose, or draw, you're going to see Graham put up some exciting punches, some exciting rounds.
Well, Romero tagged him with a nice right hand, but it also showed the gamble that he had to make to get that shot in. You have to commit.
Absolutely, especially coming forward with a guy like Graham coming forward and as aggressive as he is. You sometimes, like Jesus, have to step in and cause something to happen, create the scramble, as we call it in mixed martial arts. But in boxing, it's create the punch that you need to open. It's create that opening, and that overhand, that uppercut created that overhand. Some rabbit punches right there, a little bit of mixed martial arts, as we like to call it. Dirty boxing in there.
Good action here.
They're big punches. Graham getting that left hand going. You don't like to see him clinching a little bit in boxing, but sometimes it happens, and the referee's going to let you get away with it. You might as well keep going.
Yeah, as they come down to the final seconds, good volume by Graham in the final minute of this round.
Absolutely. You could see in the final 30 seconds, Graham just kind of bullied him a little bit. The fight was a little bit even, but it seemed like Graham wanted to get on the foot a little bit more. It's a good round.
So does Graham get the enforcers onto the board here?
I think he ties it up. I'm no judge. I'm just here to see it.
But it's fun to speculate and also to give a view from here how we see it. Now, most of the time, we agree with them. There's a couple, but...
Yeah, there's a couple, and every judging thing, you know, it depends on what you see and how you see it, and maybe even the impact of what you feel at the moment. When we're here in studio, we get to call it how we see it, and I feel like Dallas won that round.
With the score of 10-9, your winner, the Dallas Enforcers, Avoran Graham.
Agreed, we both saw that, and it's now tied up.
We're knowing this is going to go all the way down to the heavyweights.
In the 126-pound division, we introduce to you first, in the blue corner, former national champion, Marine veteran, here is Monserrat Carmona. And representing the San Antonio Snipers, in the red corner, former world title challenger, Leanne La Chingona Calderon.
Calderon, a vet in this, definitely knowing how to get the points. I've seen her be very, very aggressive over the year of TCL. She's going to come out and try to get some points on the board.
Good job, Leanne. Win it down.
How do you coach the fighters you work with to take advantage and to pace themselves into 3 minutes?
Well, you don't really tell them the pace because most fights are a pacing fight. But with the TCL and it being the fast pace, the one round that you get, you don't really tell them to coast anything. You really tell them to get it going, last as long as you can, and then try to, you know, hang on to the end. You know, you do as much as you can, you sprint out, and then you try to last as long as you can, especially with it being a 3-minute round.
Now, some coaches tell us that they like to break it down, go go 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, and break it into segments. You're not as concise with that, in your view.
No, I'm not as concise with it because we don't have the time. I would like for most of my fighters to be the aggressive ones. You know, you don't have a lot of optics going on in the ring when you have 3 minutes. The last thing they remember is who was on the gas and who was on the front. And that's what I like to see. I like for my judge to be a common person, someone off the street, to say who won the fight. And if I can tell you who won the fight off the street, that's how I like my team to approach it.
That's good because we get a lot of different coaching philosophies throughout the league, and it's a unique format.
Absolutely.
You're trying to get points for your team. Every round essentially is the last round.
And the Dallas Enforcers female woman right here is just coming forward. Monserrat is all over Leanne Calderon. I'm not sure if there was a punch that landed earlier, but Correa is really, really aggressive right now. Looking good too, I might add. You can hear Tony Mack asking for certain punches, the jab and the 2-2. You can see she's very, very aware of what her coach is asking for. She's almost like playing a video game. She's definitely doing everything her corner is asking her to do.
All right, 1 minute left for each fighter to make their case.
See, and this is what I mean by, you know, if you're breaking it down in sections and no one's made the case yet, you still have another minute to strategize. If my fighter was going forward for the last 2 minutes, now it's the last minute to just let the judges know that this is my fighter's round. So it's a difference in strategy, but oftentimes it depends on what's going on. But these fighters definitely are getting after it, as females normally do. They throw a lot of punches that make a lot of sense in the way that they fight because they get an extra minute. And normally they don't. TCL gives them that 1 minute that a lot of other organizations do not give the female fighters.
So women have made some of the bigger adjustments in the league because they're going out from what had been allowed before that. So it's an interesting battle heading for the judges.
Good round by both females, both women.
All right, so who do you like? Well, here's one thing to look back on.
Okay, a couple hooks in there, a couple power punches, but Dallas, like I said, was coming forward, blocking, boom, and seeing her moments of opportunity. I do believe that Dallas walked away with it. Monserrat Cameron Correa, I'm trying to say it as best I can. I feel like Dallas walked away with that victory.
She'll be happy maybe if you say 10 points for her team.
And now fight fans.
Back-to-back
To
on
round
Dallas.
number 3 we go for your winner with a 10-9 score. Representing the Dallas Enforcers, Monserrat Carmona Correa.
So Dallas gets its first lead of the night.
Yep, their first back-to-back. And we knew it was going to go back and forth, but we're going to hope to see San Antonio not let too many rounds go before they put up another victory, because that's how it will get ugly quickly.
And partner of TCL. We introduce to you first at 135, representing the Dallas Enforcers. Here is Malik "Moo Lark."
I've always liked Malik. He's been in the league for a couple of years.
Snipers. In the red corner, Frency, El Jodon Saya.
All right, Lark and Saya.
Malik known for his fast hands, and he's pretty swift. You know, he's a young guy, and I've seen him grow up in the TCL. I've seen him grow up around the Sam Darnolds of the world and some of the other boxers in the TCL. But he's coming along very, very nicely.
What are some of the things you saw him pick up on in the last couple of years?
Well, his defense, you know, he's able to see a lot of different things. You know, he's had so many different guys come at him that you can definitely get an understanding that he has a sound defense. See him looking for that check hook as Frency is looking to jump in. He's looking for that check hook, and he's more defensively sound. I like what Frency's doing by just kind of creating offense. Sometimes you see guys in the boxing and you see them kind of do wild or weird things with their arms. Sometimes that's just creating a little bit of offense, creating a little bit of misdirection, just so you can get off on your opponent.
What do you think of where Saya has been keeping his left hand?
A little low. He's trying to do the Mayweather shuffle. I'm not sure you want to do that with a fast fighter, fast hands like Malik, but we'll see how it goes.
Got the old, of course, the ollie up jab that so many generations tried to take from. As you look at the Dallas bench, looking on, up by 1 point, hoping to make it 2.
Yeah, very even round with a minute and a half pass.
Got mirror image styles here.
Yeah, very much so. And, if I was San Antonio's coach, AC, I would tell him to jump a little bit more on Malik, because we've known Malik to be a fast hand, young, but a counter puncher, And if I was Frency Seau, if I was AC, I would say, let's jump on this kid. Let's try to steal this round or go for it, because he's really going to counter punch. And we see it right there, a little counter punch in the land that, got Frency off his balance a little bit. And it didn't really matter that much, but if we can get Frency to be a more aggressive, then he can possibly win the optics.
So a couple of nice shots getting in by Lark.
Very nice shots. Very good counter punching when Frency's coming in. So Frency's got to be smarter with that.
Interesting that Lark did not fall for the trap set by the left hand down low.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is so tempting to want to jump over the top of that, but you'll walk into a hook.
And that's what I mean by Lark's defense. He has, maybe earlier in his career or earlier in the TCL, he might have fell for that hook. This time, his defense is sound, as we were talking about, and, he's doing a good job of trying to come away with the win for Dallas. There goes that hook again, go to the body. Nice jab, nice cross to the body. Hard round to judge. Would not like to be a judge this round, even though I'm still going to give my opinion of the one.
Of course you have to. It looked like a Lark, but we'll see. I mean, when it's close enough like that, if this was not we would see that as a split round in the other forms of boxing.
Very close, very fine comb round. The thing about the TCL, you don't get a lot of time to see who set things up. You just get that moment and that moment only. And I believe, Malik outwitted him a little bit. Maybe, very, very close on punches, very, very close on, on optics and what it looks like. But I think Dallas walks away with it.
Here we go. To the winner, 10-9. Round number 4 goes to the Dallas Enforcers.
We agreed on that, and it comes out like that. Dallas goes up by 2.
And sometimes it's just the finest of thin combs when you see that. Finest of hairs.
We go at 147. Introducing to you first, representing the Dallas Enforcers, here is Deontay Brown.
Deontay Brown's a lot of energy, really good fighter. I've watched him, excited to see him fight against Garner.
Well, Deontay Brown considers himself a mixture of everything.
He's aggressive and he's mean. I've seen him definitely hurt some guys in the TCL.
So now kind of a pivotal moment for San Antonio, down by a couple.
Yeah, definitely got to get the momentum back. They have that chant that they were saying earlier, whose house is this, or protect this house. And, right now the momentum is swinging, so they want to get back on that chant and protect the house a little bit. This is where Dallas, in that middle section of their weight class of their team, they have a lot of strong, heavy hitters, fast guys that train together. So they're going to have a lot of good guys, coming back to back to back. It's one thing about the Combat League that you don't really get in other leagues. These guys train together. So, these weight classes that are very similar in size, they box each other. So when they're really good for, the smaller guys, they really help you.
And the word gets around who does what. Yeah, small circles, a lot of common friends.
A little dirty boxing right there. Sometimes you can get away with it a little bit in the TCL.
You have to know who the referee is, because we've been seeing some Texas judges taking points and being more aggressive than we've seen judges in other states enforcing the rules, because they can do it with warnings or they can do it with points. And it's mammoth if the penalty is a point with a one-round fight.
Absolutely, it's mammoth. They can swing the advantage for one team or the other, and and you don't want to see that. You want to see the boxers really decide it for it. But it comes with the sport. A lot of judges, a lot of referees that get in there, they want themselves to be known. They want their names out there, and sometimes it gets in the way of what the boxers are trying to do. But often you get those boxers or those judges that you just want them, they just want them to box. They don't want to see too much wrestling, no too much MMA. They just want them to get in there and box. And that's what you love about some of those referees. Good motion right here by Garner, trying to mix things up, trying to be fast. And he's giving Brown a little bit of a hard time. With 40 seconds left, I'm not sure who has won this.
Thing is, hard to try to do a paint job in this type of a scoring format. It's nice to be elusive and make your opponent miss, but you only have a few seconds to make them pay.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got to make them, and you got to capitalize on when you do make them miss. It's a lot of warnings that he's been giving Garner. I think they're going to give it to Garner just off his slickness. He's having a good time in there. He's definitely getting his crowd, his San Antonio crowd, involved. And, with them being down by 2, he might have got some points in there.
Well, he might have won with the dance moves, but what about on the scorecard? As you take a look at some of the extracurricular activity, and fortunately for him, referee did not have his eyes on that.
Yeah, that's a good left hook that he got in on his creativity, and then he, started showing the crowd that he definitely landed. It was kind of hard to see, but, not too far of a gap between these two guys, and hard to judge, but one guy was having fun and one guy looks annoyed, so we'll go to San Antonio.
For round number 5, to the winner, with a score 9-10. Your San Antonio Snipers, Charles Garner.
Well, San Antonio literally garners a victory and gets right close again. Okay, what do you have for us? Amelia Moore.
Hey, fight fans, we're down in the bull pit with Adrian Salazar. This is his second fight. Adrian, can you tell us a little bit how you made adjustments from last week to this week?
I just got those first fight jitters out the way, and I feel more loose. I feel more free this time. We're just going to go in there and do work.
That's what I'm talking about. Can you tell us just a little bit about, so they're kind of making a big deal out of the fact that you're supposed to be fighting a training partner and a coach. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Oh.
Talk about Jarvis.
We just know each other from Dallas. We've sparred each other a couple times, and I fought one of his fighters. But at the end of the day, when you step in the ring, it's all business. After that, it's all love.
Sorry, all business. Feeling real confident then.
Yes.
All right, let's get it.
Okay, thank you, Amelia. As marvelous Jarvis. We'll see him later at Salazar, and a little Errol Spence connection with them. So
yeah, we'll see the teacher versus the student. I love to see those.
It's a family affair.
Yeah, we'll see that. Now here we got Mauricio King and Keith Smith, and they're trying to put on for their teams as well. Dallas being 2-0, San Antonio being 1-1. They don't want to take no seats in their backyard in San Antonio. So Keith Smith's coming out trying to swing for the fences, but King's doing a good job of being on them.
The way San Antonio opened impressively a couple weeks ago, and then to be stung by Phoenix last week in that one-pointer, which literally was up for grabs with 1 minute to go.
And you like to see those exciting matchups that come down to it, where everybody, all hands are on deck. It takes these guys. It takes everybody on deck. It takes everybody to try to get that victory, as we saw last week.
What about the emotions of the team when you lose something or win something that close? If you lose, how quick of a recovery time is that?
Man, well, when you lose, it hurts a little bit. It stings. And I wouldn't say that the recovery time is quick, but to each their own. You know, some people are sore losers. I couldn't say that I was used to it. It was not something that I did often, so I was a sore loser. But there's some people that, you know, smile and go with the punches. You know, with the TCL and the rounds being so quick and us bringing you action every weekend, you have to have that quarterback interception kind of mindset where you may have lost this round, but maybe you get it back in the money rounds or the middle rounds, the middle set or money set, or maybe you do it next week. But you definitely have an opportunity to show yourself to be quickly adaptable to the next situation.
Short memory.
Short memory. You got to have it.
All right, now these guys have a short time window now. Final minute.
And
King
had a short memory of when he got hit and backed up a little bit, because he's still on that foot going forward. You know, Keith Smith did a good job of trying to back him off, but, you know, to no avail, as he's stuck in a corner, getting every left and right punch that King can possibly throw. Oh, good left hook right there. That was a nice left hook by Smith, even though he doesn't have much going on for himself. He's crowded a little bit, and King's, you know, slowed down. That's what you do. You start out fast and you slow down if you have to.
You finish on fumes.
Yeah, if you know, that gives you the win. If that gives you the win, that's what we'll go for.
All right, so they left it all in the middle of the ring.
Good round by Mauricio.
Will San Antonio pull even, or does Dallas go up by 2?
I think Dallas pulls forward again. Good punches, good slipping right there by Mauricio. A little body work. A lot of the punches that Smith threw kind of smothered themselves. You know, they kept running into each other, but they definitely got off a little bit, and I think Mauricio King showed his difference.
So will Mauricio Bad News King have good news for his team?
And all fight fans, here we go with the score of 10-9. Your winner, the Dallas Enforcer.
So it's no is the answer to that question. He got bad news.
Yeah, well, we haven't been wrong yet. We've got them all right.
Introducing first, representing the Dallas Enforcer.
And this is a round that we were looking forward to seeing. Corey Caad and Adolphe Stevenson.
And in the red corner, representing the San Antonio Snipers, former Texas Light Heavyweight Champion, here is Corey Snapback Caad.
This is going to be a wild round, I can already tell you. A lot of wild punches going to be thrown in this one. I've seen Corey Caad fight often, and it is definitely a barn burner.
Caad is a southpaw. And Stevens is undefeated. He's 4-0, and Caad 3-0 with 1 stoppage.
Now, Stevens is the southpaw right now. Caad is the orthodox.
And now they're both, yeah.
Ooh, good uppercut that Caad tried right there. He's got to keep his chin down. Motion, Stevens is setting up that overhand. He's got to keep his foot planted when he wants to throw it. If you put that back foot off the ground, it's kind of like fishtailing when you're planting on a three-pointer. You can't bowl and shoot a three-pointer at the same time.
Stevens pressuring. Caad trying to counter.
Oh, good overhand right there by Stevens. Caad looks a little bit timid, even though we know he's not afraid of anything. He's just got to do a better job of setting his punches up. Oftentimes, he runs in with his face up, his chin up, and he doesn't really have much of a setup going on to his offense. A lot of wild, just guesses punches. He turns his head often.
And he's pawing with that jab.
Can't paw, can't push, can't throw it. You got to punch it. Both of these guys are pawing with that lead hand to try to get on the inside. A lot of times when you have the orthodox versus southpaw, it's going to be that lead hand and that lead leg. So you'll see these guys almost touching as if they're trying to measure or get a distance or feel for their opponent, because that lead leg is so important. That's why you get a lot of those guys punching over the top or pushing their punches too wrong.
Now, how does that change when both guys become lefties and so they decide to switch up, and then you have two lefties in there? How does that change the scenario?
Well, it makes it the hardest fight to have. You know, guys do not like fighting southpaws. Fighting a lefty is something that is difficult, and we've all known it. So the statistics of seeing, oh, good punches right there of a very skilled matchup when you get two lefties are high. You'll see a lot of that.
But technique-wise, what happens then, lefty versus lefty? Some things get thrown out the window stylistically.
Absolutely, somebody's got to give, and it's whoever's faster to the punch. You know, whoever sets their punch up a little bit better, whoever's playing to the cues and then letting the guy walk in. A lot of times you got to walk the wrong way when you're fighting a lefty because you're not normally walking that way.
That's why many fighters hate fighting lefties, and I always chuckle when a lefty says, I hate fighting a lefty. How could he do that?
With 10 seconds left, I really don't know who won this fight. There's some aggression by both of these guys. A lot of, like I said, wild punching that will be in the air. And, with the judge on the side, and I've got them all right. I don't know who won this one yet. Definitely would love a replay just to give us a guess.
Well, it's a tough call for them. This is the end of it.
See, if he would have threw that uppercut a little bit better, it would have been such of a slap almost. It kind of looked like he mushed his face. And some hooks in there. They're really just punching each other's arms and missing a little bit. So
somebody's O is going to go.
And all fight fans, inside the ring we go. This last round, round number 7, goes to the Dallas Enforcers. 10-9 your score.
All right.
So Caad is still bad. 4-0.
Yeah.
For the final round in the launch rounds, round number 8. At 205 plus pounds.
Dallas starting to pull away.
First representing the Dallas Enforcers. Here is Patrick.
This is a really good fighter to have if you are Dallas and you're starting to pull away. You start to get that momentum. You're starting to take control of the fight. It's a perfect fighter to have set up for you guys.
Because Patrick Mailata, he's 4-0, has one stoppage, capable of getting you the colossal victory. Now, in the scoring, it's 10-9 to a normal win, 10-8 if you score a knockdown, 10-7 if you have 2 knockdowns or a stoppage. And Mailata is the guy they look to, like if it was a cleanup hitter in baseball. Somebody could always go deep.
This is the cleanup guy, and this is one of the matchups of the nights that we were looking for. And one of the rounds of the night that we're looking for, it is pivotal. If Mailata can do what he always does, he's going to be putting up some big bonus points and really stepping on the gas for the Enforcers. If Spiller can come out and change the tide and maybe get his victories going and his punches going and back the big boy up, then you might see the Snipers come out with a victory and closing that gap that they're going to need to close at home as we go into the middle set.
And of course, if you're Spiller, you're a little tired of hearing about Mailata.
Absolutely. He's been around for a little bit, and everybody knows he's putting points up when he goes. So, yeah, definitely tired of hearing about the Mailata guy. But well worth it. Mailata comes out and he puts up a lot of points. He puts up big points, and he looks devastating doing it. Nobody wants to walk in front of those big body Hawaiian-style punches that Mailata's got. He's coming with a nation behind his punches.
But you said the wide shots, and Spiller got between them, able to cut the distance.
Absolutely. It's going to be about matchups, As you can see, Mailata's match or style is a little bully style, and, you got to get in like Spiller is. You got to get in between those punches and try to find your cues when you can. And maybe a little matador. You got to get that bull up off you. Maybe some of the San Antonio people were moving with really good motion earlier. Maybe they add a little bit of that into, to his strategy on the sideline when they come up for the money set. is have him move a little bit more to get Mailata a little bit more off balance so Spiller can possibly see the opportunities to punch when Mailata's not forcing himself all the way in his face. Good peppering punches by Spiller right there, just staying in Mailata's face. It looked like it was annoying Mailata a little bit, and Mailata can't get that setup to the big punches. Again, Mailata just coming on the gas. George Foreman defense style right there, just a little block off. That's what we call a little George Foreman. You just kind of go across your face, go across your belly, and you're just, you know, you're not hands up. You're just kind of blocking all the vital areas, and you're just trying to get your offense off.
Do you have to have the George Foreman uppercut to go with it to be called the George Foreman defense?
No, but you would like to see it on Mailata. He's definitely got it, and he's trying to look for it in the last 5 seconds. Good round for both of these guys. Good representation for Spiller to go against such a big name, Mailata.
Well, he wasn't intimidated by him in the least.
Not at all. There's that George Foreman left hook, going back and forth. The big boys love those left hook uppercuts and body punches, and they're very, very effective in that close range. Nice punches right there by Spiller. Overhand by Mailata. They were going back and forth. You know, a lot of good skill by these powerful men. Nice uppercut there by Mailata.
A huge round of applause for our fighters in the ring. And to the winner. And the final launch round, round number 8 goes to the San Antonio Snipers. 9-10 score, Zachary Spiller.
So Spiller
Spiller gets it. Yeah, Spiller gets it, and I'm not surprised by that because he peppered a little bit, got the win. They're at home, and they needed to get that victory to get it a 2-point to draw within 2. So
all right.
Close.
So you see how we got to the total of 77 to 75. Dallas off to a nice start. However, San Antonio prevented that from being a big number. Pretty soon, the middle set is coming upon us as we'll continue with more TCL on Merit TV.
We're not going to just tell stories. We're going to go inside the minds of these killers.
He told me his name was Ted and he was a law student.
Let's break this down for a minute. This was a man who'd make the devil blush with his sins. I want you to walk in the shoes of both perpetrator and prey.
Mystery and Murder. Subscribe on your favorite podcast service.
I was drinking every day.
I was hooked on oxys.
My husband turned into someone I didn't recognize.
The addiction crisis. Worse than a pandemic, we have a growing epidemic. There are approximately 20 alcohol and drug-related deaths per hour every single day. Addiction is a disease. Like any other disease, it may have serious harmful effects and may lead to death if left untreated.
Introducing Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and rediscovery. We understand the unique challenges men face in their journey to recovery. Set on 38 private acres, our state-of-the-art facility offers a safe, supportive environment for healing and growth. Our team of dedicated professionals specializes in evidence-based treatment, providing our patients with the tools to overcome addiction and achieve long-term sobriety. If you or a loved one needs to make a change, call us today at 386-423-4540 or visit us online at serenityspringsrecovery.com and reclaim your life.
Team Combat League Boxing is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place for recovery and self-discovery. Well, hi, everybody. Dave Bontempo and Bubba Jenkins. What a good first set of fights that we had. 77 to 75 for Dallas. And when we took a look at what that launch, that line score type of thing was, I think there was a big number at the end that Dallas was able to only have a 2-point lead because San Antonio hung tough there.
Absolutely. San Antonio did a good job of getting out of that wave that Mailata was trying to bring to them. Dallas got away with 2 victories at the end. in and was trying to give them a shutout door, but the snipers did a good job with Spiller getting that last victory and give them a little bit momentum, only being down 2 points at home, but give them a little momentum as we go into this middle set.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that opening set of fights, and that Dallas was not able to go and run and hide. But first fight, you know what? Jewry Rodriguez bringing home the bacon for San Antonio as expected. Good performance and what was a very strong matchup.
And they were going at it, and you know, Mailata, it was good, big punches, but Spiller did a good job of not going away, not walking away, not being intimidated, and getting away with the round. We're going to see how those change in these money rounds.
Spiller's thinking, hey, didn't anybody know I was undefeated too? So the middle rounds are coming up, and here we go about the middle set of fights, and basically this is when the scoring continues and then sets up the final phase. We often see a lot of fireworks at the end of the middle set.
Yeah, we do. And I got an Uncle Jarvis now, and my Uncle Jarvis would hate it if I was to be the guy that says, hey, man, you didn't teach me much, and I think I can beat you. So to having a Jarvis Salazar thing going on where the teacher and the student have this conflict, and the student feeling like he's the man, he don't remember what the teacher taught, and the teacher being like, hey, man, I taught you how to, what's going on? So to see that kind of matchup going on, and see Dallas and to see San Antonio come here, but a Texas rivalry, I'm pretty excited for those rounds to come.
Salazar and marvelous Jarvis. Let's see how that plays out as one of the anchors in the middle set of fights. Let's go to the ring now and let's get this started.
Fight fans, we are set for the middle rounds. This is in the 118-pound division. Round number 9. We introduce to you first, representing the Dallas Enforcers. Please welcome Alexis Mones. And representing the San Antonio Snipers, Jewry Rodriguez.
If you thought you saw this before, you did.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be good to see the different adjustments that Rodriguez is going to make, because she definitely came out and definitely was getting her offense going, won the round, but I believe that she got hit with a punch there that she didn't need to, give up. And Mones was really looking for that counter punch that she's going to be hoping to hold on to again in this round.
Mones, who would like to become the first champion from Fort Worth, one of her motivating goals.
Good feints right there by Rodriguez on her way in. And a lot of outsiders don't really know how important the feints are. The feints get your opponent to maybe show you what their offense is going to be. They maybe also show you their slowness or their response kind of timing. So you really feint your opponent to get them to open up and give you the things that you want, especially when it comes to your speed and power. You feint them to give you that, and it makes for a marvelous offense.
And for Rodriguez, that does represent an adjustment from the last round, because she was walking in before.
Yeah, and I think because of her getting hit with that check hook, she has to do more feinting. Her coaches told her to be a little bit more strategic when coming in. That jab, that up jab that you were talking about, it's coming off of the kneecap right there. It's coming from down position, but it's definitely hitting on top of the forehead of Mones. Her motion is just really good, giving Alexis a hard time, not really giving her a cue to stand on.
So this is a matador versus bull type strategy so far in this one for Rodriguez.
And Rodriguez is touching where she wants to touch. Watch her skill set. Her hands are very fast. Her IQ is very high. And she's seeing everything that she would like. She touch high, she touch low. She can even paw the punches that Mones is throwing at her. So that's her being able to see it and being able to counter it. She looks very good. With 48 seconds left, I think she's controlling this round.
So the theatrics are good. How about her scoring output? while she's been trying to mix this in. Do you think it's good?
I think it's going to be good. And, you know, you see the crowd behind her. You know, San Antonio needs this win to pull within, you know, as we get closer and closer and closer to where those rounds start to matter on who's going to win this championship or this fight tonight. Ooh, good punch right there by Mones.
And for Mones, you know, if you could put a couple more of those together, she pinpoints the strategy, but it's been one and done.
Yeah, it's been one and done, and I think, you know, Jewry Rodriguez has just been on her way too much, and not enough time for her to do what she wanted to do against Rodriguez. I think, again, San Antonio is going to win that round when it comes to these two.
Rodriguez has been valuable. Let's take you through here.
Good cross right there, and the 5-punch combination before, and a nice body shot to end it and put a cap on that. Like I said, very good skill by Rodriguez, just putting it together, and then again mixing it up high and low, finishing on the body.
Here we go inside the ring. To the winner in round number 9, it goes to the San Antonio Snipers, 9-10, Jewry Rodriguez.
So Jewry is jewelry
good
for
Jewry.
San Antonio.
Nice
2 wins.
Yes, indeed. Nice and gold. 20 points for her, 2 10s. You can add that up, and you can give her that for her team.
Round number 35 for the Dallas Enforcers. Here is Jack Sambiaku. And his opponent across the ring, representing the San Antonio Snipers, Sean Bates.
And I've often interviewed Sean Bates on being, you know, round of the night or fighter of the night. I know he comes out and he really gets after it. So we're going to see what Jack Sambiaku can do to get Bates off of him, because they want to get this win, to get this tie back in their order.
Yeah, Bates is like a wind-up toy in this. Come right at you.
Very fast, very quick twitch. Good jump in, leaping hook right there. We call that a gazelle hook. It's a leap in hook. Good motion, good movement right there. You know, a lot of times when you see these guys motioning back and forth and it looks like they're dancing a little bit, it looks like they're distracted, sometimes it's just creating that offense. It's creating some offense for them to see. It's creating a little bit of a diversion for their defense, and it's mixing some things up.
Bates, a finalist in the Mega Brawl last year. Nominated for Best Fighter.
Some good punches right there, few and far between, but I believe there's a little substance behind it. You know, he's switching up, he's hitting them very clean, and he's getting out of there. Good punch right there by Jack. Ooh, good bolo uppercut. Sean's feeling himself a little bit. Bolo uppercut landed, and he looked clean.
But Jack's not buying the moves.
No, he's not letting them dance. That's one thing you can't do. When a guy starts dancing in front of you, you got to start putting the jab on the body or on the shoulder, or just start punching those hands out there. Caught him right there with a good 1-2. Jack's doing a good job of just staying in the fight. Not letting himself get danced out or embarrassed too much, just staying in there. Good trade right there by both men. Gotta keep that back foot on the ground when he's going for that cross. That's jab.
So Jack is on the attack. And coming up to this good body shot.
It was a good body shot. I think he meant to bring it upstairs to the head, but caught him right in the chest and kind of slowed Sean Bates down a little bit. I don't know if that was, you know, that was a haltering punch, but it definitely stopped him in his tracks. That's good punching right now for Jack. This last 40 seconds have been all Jack Sambiaku.
Yeah, he's cutting off the ring nicely, and he's getting off first.
And Sean Bates is just off, just slightly off. The fatigue setting in, so he's just an inch away from every punch, just missing by ever so much.
So as we close in on the final seconds, it looks like Jack brought Dallas back.
Yeah, but depending on what the referee and what the judges see, because man, it's hard to. I don't like to be a judge on that one. I'm gonna give Bates 10 and give Jack 9.
Okay, you like Bates.
Yeah, but I think Jack just came on a little too late. Some big punches right here. They're looking at each other. That setup jab and that set uppercut we talked about. He tried to rip right up the middle. Ended up catching his chest, though.
So the question for the judges is, when did Jack make his move? Was he in time or was he too late?
Were there too many bolo uppercuts in that beginning?
And here we go, fight fans. Inside the ring we go. Taking round number 10. Representing the Dallas Enforcers, Sambiaku.
Listen, that was
your score.
I guess wrong because I kind of wanted to see it that way.
It's close.
Yeah.
Dallas Enforcers.
We agree with it 90% of the time, which is really good.
Representing the Dallas Enforcers, here is Adrian Salazar.
Here's our match.
And his opponent, representing the San Antonio Snipers, Jarvis Shepherd.
Is Errol Spence watching right now?
We gonna see. Maybe they tell him after they happen. Oh yeah, a little brotherly love, a little dap. Let's get it on now.
I'm gonna say, Errol, if you didn't see it, I had him the whole way.
Yeah. It's good jabs by Shepherd right there. Very, very determining with his jabs. Center of the ring. Pumping that jab out there. I'm not saying that it's hitting or it's committing to anything. I'm just saying that it's active and it's working. It gives Salazar something to look at.
And so now this is what we talked about earlier about what happens when both fighters become the lefties. Now it's just a matter of making the shot going first.
Absolutely. Being first, setting the guy up and knowing what he's doing. These guys have sparred before. They've known each other. You know, Shepherd says he's coached Salazar. Salazar considers himself the student to Shepherd. They sparred before. So it's going to be it's going to be smart. It's awesome to see who can set each other up with so much knowledge of each other.
As you took a look at the San Antonio bench, watching impassively.
If I was Shepherd, I would get on the gas a little bit more, being that I am the teacher. I am someone who knows a little bit more about Salazar, maybe hit the mistakes that he would make or the green things that he would do. And we say green and maybe just the amateurish mistakes that might happen.
Inexperience. Halfway through, they get that minute and a half to make their case.
It's a good bounce by Jarvis right here, but no one's got any substance behind what they're doing.
No, it's been all positioning more than scoring thus far.
And with a minute left, and you know, it being a 2-point decision, I think it's up to San Antonio being the home guy to, you know, make a statement. And maybe not a statement, but just get on the board.
Well, the beauty of it, if you feel that it's a low-scoring fight and not much is happening, is that if you can come up with one burst, you can steal it.
Absolutely. And that's what I believe is still on the table right now for both of these fighters. Uppercut right there, good body, a little shoe polish right there. From Shepherd, uppercut from Salazar. Active by Shepherd, you know, doing a good job of setting his punches up and seeing what Salazar doing, but Salazar is not giving him too much to look at. See Shepherd getting a little bit tired. Ooh, big overhand right there. And a good round by good friends. You can tell that they knew each other. You know, they didn't go all out on each other, but they definitely, you know, gave each other some respect. And you know, I think Snipers came away with the victory just by optics. See if we can get a little closer. Body right there. By the snipers coming up top by Salazar.
Will this be the determining flurry?
And now, fight fans, a big round of applause for both of our fighters in the ring. Round number 11 goes to the San Antonio Snipers. Jarvis.
Well, that was a good call. I think he did enough. Very good work by marvelous Jarvis, especially those body shots on the inside. And we have a very tight contest. So that was a good move for San Antonio. They win the local battle.
Number 12 is brought to you by.
And let's go down to Amelia Moore.
Proud health supplement partner of TCL.
We're back down on the floor. We're here with Jewry Rodriguez bringing in 20 points for her team. Jewry, can you tell us a little bit about that first round and how you made adjustments walking into that second one?
First round, I just felt a little first round nerves. It's my debut, no headgear. But the adjustments I made was just to stick behind my jab.
Absolutely, and we all know what it's like to get in there in that first opportunity without the headgear on. Just tell us a little bit about exactly how does it feel, the difference between this team environment and Team USA environment, because you're coming from two different types of teams, and how that is for you.
Without headgear, man, it's really, I don't know how to explain it, but it feels amazing. Feel more free. The environment here feels more loose, everyone can say what they want out loud. Team USA is a little more formal, but it feels like you just in a sparring war, in a gym.
Absolutely, you get to just kind of be you, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Love it. You made a really great adjustment coming into that second round. I saw that little bit of a hesitation, but man, you just opened right up. So congratulations, had to be the first one to say it.
Yes,
very proud of you.
Thank you, Amelia, thank you.
Back to you, studio.
Okay, thank you, Amelia. Good to get her to open up about the differences in Team USA and also this team here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it gives us a little bit of an insight on some of these fighters and how they switch teams and different things like that. So it's good.
We have a 1-point fight, so it's going back and forth. And what's different about this one versus some other ones is that we haven't really seen a team pull away and then somebody else try to come back. This has been, you get a little bit, I get a little bit. This has been nip and tuck from the start.
Yeah, as I'm looking at it, Dallas has maybe pulled away once or twice with, some back-to-back-to-back wins with the Deontay Brown, Maurice King, and then Stevenson. But then for the most part, San Antonio has always answered the call, has always seen it to be kind of playoff, protect this home kind of status, and they have answered and come back. Like you said, it's only a 2-point match, and it's going back and forth. I'm excited to see what it comes down to switching up at that heavyweight division.
Spiller doing a real nice job for San Antonio to get a victory at the end of the launch set. And that is probably the biggest win as far as not letting this one get out of hand.
Yeah, no, and AC Bryant has done a great job all year of really being in the ear of his coaches. in the ear of his boxers. Now, don't get me wrong. Tony Mack on the other side is a phenomenal coach. He has all the right sayings. He's calling out sayings for each fighter individually to have them have their fight strategically, precisely for them. But it's going to come down to the fighters that are in the ring. These coaches can say what they want. These coaches can coach how they want. But it's going to be about the punches that land and the punches that matter inside.
We're just about halfway through the fight card here. Anything surprise you so far?
The Mailata loss surprised me, and how San Antonio continues to answer the bell. Dallas is a 2-0 team. They're at the top of the podium, and this is a rivalry. Both teams out of Texas, and the surprising thing is it's still close. It's going to go down to a barn burner.
We have seen a lot of different styles in this league. We have seen Miami come back after a slow start and win. We've seen Phoenix come back after a slow start and win. We've seen NYC Attitude get their forget about it back when they had a big effort last week. One of the most dominant efforts probably in the 3-year history of the league. But with the team scoring, you see a lot of nuances fight to fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of strategy. The thing about Team Combat Boxing League is each person comes out there and they represent their teams. They represent what the coaches are working on. They represent the strategy in the room, and they represent each other. And that's what you love here at Team Combat League.
All right, let's get ready for more Inside the Ring.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We continue the middle rounds. This in 147-pound weight division. We introduce you first. Representing the Dallas Enforcers, here is Deontay Brown.
Now, he's going to be wanting to try to get that
representing
back.
the San Antonio Snipers, Charles Garner.
We have seen this matchup already. Charles Garner got away with the win last time. He was moving and sticking and moving, and we're going to see if Brown makes any kind of adjustments to the motion that Garner had.
And, you know, not only your own assessment, but the coaches have been talking to you about this, too.
Yeah, they give you advice on the side to tell you adjust, don't do this and don't do that. Especially both of these coaches, AC Bryan and Tony Mack, are definitely going to be in each of their fighters' ears and on adjustments. There are some coaches that are on the side for just the guys that are about to go in, and then you'll see some of these head coaches get off of that main seat and go talk to the bench. And, you know, maybe it'd be something about atmosphere, maybe it'd be a chant every now and then, but more times than not, it's strategically about what's going on inside that square.
What is generally the most useful type of advice the coaches give out that really seems to resonate with the fighters?
Most mindsets about strategy. You know, a lot of coaches are going to yell to do something, but if you give me a base of understanding and steps to a strategy, then that's going to help me right then and there. If I can give an understanding of how to put a strategy together, I think that's always the best foot forward. When they're just yelling, punch them or move, or I don't think it really helps the fighters that are in there really thinking about what it is that they need to do to get the victory. And if you give them a strategy, you give them a lane, it helps them while they're already what you would call working on something.
And I would think as a coach, it has to be really gratifying as they hit the halfway mark here that you take somebody under your wing and you give them a pointer, and then you see them put it into play.
Oh, man, that's one of the most gratifying things. It's like teaching a dog, teaching a puppy, teaching someone something, and then see them do it, the gratification that not only you get, but they get in the success of what you've given them. And it builds trust. It builds that camaraderie. It builds a good relationship between coach and athlete when you get that. And the motion again from Garner, and it seems like he fights one way for 2 minutes, and then the last 1 minute he switches up and he goes a little bit of a basketball wide receiver style, and he's just moving around as an athlete looking for his punches. And Deontay Brown can't just watch him. He's got to be able to get back on the forward, get back on the front.
You can study long and study wrong.
Study long, study wrong, and that's a good saying because, oh, there we go. He went first there. Deontay Brown went first and caught him on the way in, and that's a good punch. He's getting out of the way, slipping out of the way. Both of these guys have a little bit of antics in their motion, but, you know, if it's successful for them, look at both of them. Like I said, they're trying to pick and move and stick and move and miss each other. You know, it's fun to watch, but you would like to see them get a little bit more grounded with their defense.
That's right. I'm the one who did the shake and bake. It was me. It is an emotional sport.
Yeah.
Right at the bell.
Right at the bell, and even if that right at the bell punch would say anything, I would like to say Deontay Brown maybe stole this one. You know, the motion was on his side that time.
All right, so an interesting call for the judges.
I'm going to go down to it. But it depends on who you like to see. You know, if you like to see the guy moving around, the sweet science of boxing, not getting hit and just hitting the guy, you know, maybe not even hitting, hurting, but just tapping him. And, you know, if you like to see that, then you go for that. If you like to see a guy barrel down, bite on the mouthpiece, you like to have that too.
Monserrat,
down again. That's That's a surprise. Got him again.
10 is the score. We are all tied up 114, 114.
All right, so you're set up for 24 fights. We've had 12. We're dead even. You start over.
Yeah, it's a Texas rivalry, baby. You knew it was going to be a big night in Texas.
Enforcers, the 4 Golden Gloves.
They're trying to protect the house against an undefeated team. And, you know, what better place to do it at the Alamo? All or nothing, you know, let's get it in.
Here is Bryce Blackwell.
All right, so Blackwell and Jackson. A lot of pressure on the San Antonio team, though, not only just to protect the house, but if you don't win, you go to 1-2, and Dallas is 3-0. That's a lot to make up over the rest of this season.
Absolutely, you know, and it definitely puts you in a hole. So it matters to get on the good foot and possibly get that undefeated team their first O. You know, it makes the matchup and it turns the TCL on its head. It gives the TCL a much more combative look at the standings. Blackwell doing a lot of what Garner did, trying to find his punch and move out of the way of Jackson's punch. But I think if Jordan Jackson puts 3 punches behind his offense, he could really find Blackwell and do some damage. And the reason I say that is because the way that Blackwell is moving, it's twitchy, but it's only 1-2 motions. It's dodge. If you put 3 punches behind a guy, kind of moving, you can kind of time that movement, and on that 3rd motion, you can really get yourself some offense going, or end up catching him on an element of surprise, because they're getting into a rhythm of where they're just doing 1 or 2 things to get out of the way.
All of a sudden, it just seems that you can see it. 1, 2, he's going to do the same thing. 1, 2, he'll do the same thing.
Absolutely. And then if you're coaching, or if you're hearing it, or if you're seeing it, or if you're analyzing the fight correctly, you can see him do the 1, 2, and then you anticipate your 3, or you cut that off, and you can really get some good action going. You'll see a lot of guys interrupt and get good, big punches happening. Good dirty boxing right there. If I was Jordan Jackson, I would just push on pace a little bit more. Bryce Blackwell doesn't have a win in TCL. Jordan Jackson does. You know, let's go ahead and get some more wins on this non-winning guy. You know, there's things that I would look on. If I'm on the sideline, I'm one of the fighters on the sideline, I'm looking up at the matchups. I'm looking at how many rounds this guy has won. I'm looking at how he has fared in the rest of the TCL versus the guys that I've beaten. And if I can steal these rounds, or just go out and try to, you know, upset these undefeated fighters, that's what I'm looking to do as a team member of a team. You know, it's not just individual. You're not going out there to get your own wins and your own victory. You have a commitment to the rest of the guys on the team to try to do what you can at your best ability.
And how you elevate your team when you come up with a win. Everybody is a winner. And so the question for Jackson, did he get in there and do enough with the body or not? So we will soon see.
We will see. It's a tie match right now, and we're going to see.
Let's take a look at some of the things you were talking about here with the 1, 2, and the 3. Go into it some more.
Yeah, when I was just talking about him being able to be timed, you know, he's 1, 2 motion. Well, you see he's going back first. See that motion right there? And if he would put, you know, 3 punches behind that, he could really catch the Antonio sniper slipping in his motion. See, he's going back and forth, and if he was to time those type of motions, he could really set up a big punch. You know, we didn't really get to see it like we wanted to in the replay, but often in that fight, you can see him doing the 1 twitch motion. We'll see if he got away with it here with Dallas. And then you could tell it was hard when it takes this long.
Yeah, and you know, talk about the 1 twitch motion. Now in a longer fight, you know he would adjust.
Yes.
And find it. But in 3 minutes, is that enough time? Often not.
And maybe that's why, you know, as we saw earlier, Garner possibly only does it for the last minute. You know, the first 2 minutes of his fight, he would fight normally, and then the last minute, he would change.
For round number 13 goes to For the San Antonio Snipers, Blackwell.
And as I was saying earlier, sometimes it's about what the judges want to see. If the judges like that athletic movement, they like that little bit of the back and forth, Allen Iverson kind of motion, it seems to have been a thing for them because every fighter that you've seen do that kind of motion and seem to look like they're having a good time playing in there, they seem to come away with the victories, and they seem to come with the close judges' decisions.
For the Dallas Enforcers, in round number 14, here is Ambibola.
That's his first win, that is, Bryce Blackwell.
Yeah, and the thing with the judges also.
Snipers, here is Gerald S.O.G. McClellan Jr.
Is the fighters on the outside have gotten the attention of the judges more. The boxing style, they've been perceived as the aggressor, whether they've been or not. They're getting rewarded for aggression points.
Yeah, big right hooks right here by Amabilio.
All right, so San Antonio trying to get what would be its first 2-point lead in this contest. The Snipers came out early with Jewry Rodriguez winning the first fight for them. And they trailed the rest of the way just by small margins until now.
It's very dangerous watching the Dallas Enforcer fight because he's doing a good job of punching when he's supposed to, but I mean his chin is so far up. I mean it's scary to watch because Gerald doesn't even have to see where he's punching, and if he catches Dallas Enforcer, because I'm struggling with his name, so I don't want to butcher his name, but if he catches the Dallas Enforcer on his way in with that chin straight up, it's going to be lights out for not just this round, but for a long time.
And he's gotten that idea the way he's pursuing. It's smart not to hit behind the head there. That's exactly how you lose a point. And in this format, if you hit behind the head and get caught, it's the same as being dropped.
Yes, it is. And, you know, you don't have the time, so might as well fight well. Fight smart and fight good. But the Dallas Enforcer is doing a good job of picking his shots there. He's very, very powerful. Not much, you know, skill behind putting it together, but he's throwing them things, and they are hitting. They are landing. They are making their mark. They are making a difference to Gerald because you can see him getting annoyed, getting upset, and wanting not only to box, but wanting to fight. You'll see a difference between guys wanting to box and guys wanting to fight.
Well, he's getting slapped and he's getting hit with hooks.
Right, it makes you want to fight, doesn't it?
Yes, yes.
He's got a little front headlock in there. There's got a lot of things going on.
It gets you mad right here in the studio. Look, I'm going right down there.
Yeah, with a minute left, it's still anybody's fight. I believe, you know, Dallas Enforcer has done a good job of picking where he wanted to pick and punch where he wanted to punch. Not only that, I think he's done more damage when he's landed. I just doesn't like the way his chin is so up in the air, and he looks very vulnerable.
Nice uppercut there as well, and he's forcing McClellan to reset every time he comes close.
Right.
So when you have to reset, you can't get into an attack.
Yeah, and that uppercut dazed him, and it might have given him somewhat of confidence to have this last 30 seconds, because Gerald McClellan has lost the 2 minutes of this round. Maybe that uppercut gets him into something and gives him a start, because he's definitely searching.
Excellent performance by the Dallas fighter through and through. McClellan could just not get untracked by him.
Yeah, and if I was any of the other coaches in this organization, I would be saying to watch how that fighter punches and be ready to counterpunch him. Be ready to get back because he's going to throw wild and he's going to leave his chin right there for you. He's good on camera. He looks good for the cameras, talking very well. But if he leaves his chin out there a little bit too much, someone on the couch can take that one home.
He's doing the interview before it's even over.
I think he got the win, though. That's why. Beautiful uppercut right there. Overhand, you know, just grazes. You know, and they were getting after it a little bit right there. You know, foreheads in each other's face. I'm surprised there was no clash. But they were definitely getting after it. 1-2 right off of the ropes. Good throw punches.
That's decisive, that combo.
Yes, very much so.
Taking round number 14. The Dallas Enforcers 10-9, Ambibola Centaurio.
He knew he won that one.
one of the more animated performers in the league.
He ties it up. He ties it up. He should be happy about that performance. He gets his team, his San Antonio team back.
We introduce to you first.
Oh no, he gets Dallas team back into it.
Here is the former world title challenger, Calvin Hot Sauce Henderson.
All right, got a little hot sauce in here.
San Antonio Snipers, Adrian Taylor.
I have seen Taylor in the TCL for two years now or so, and I've loved this improvement as he's understood the 3-minute round, as he's understood what it is to be in the TCL and to get those points for your team. You know, being a heavier guy, he's coming up on the times in the fight where it's time to be more decisive. As a coach, you feel like you can get away with a little bit of those earlier rounds because you can make them up. But as you start to get towards those bigger guys, as those punches start to have a little bit more wind on them, as you're on the side, you can feel those punches. That's how you know that scorecard is getting a little bit tighter or possibly a little bit wider. The bigger the weights go, the score is getting different.
And we see a lot of the stoppages up at the higher weight classes.
And you see a lot of the punch-changing fights at those weight classes.
Now this one is ripe for change by either team because it's dead even, and it has been dead even or close to it throughout much of the contest.
Absolutely.
Biggest lead for Dallas, 2 points. Biggest lead for San Antonio, 1 point. I win, you win.
Yeah, back and forth is a Texas Roadhouse right now. We got us a little rivalry that they're brewing up, and of course, Houston might have something to say about it, being from Texas as well, but San Antonio and Dallas are putting on a great performance, and each of these fights could go either way, and they're very strategically planned. Both of these coaches knew what they wanted to do coming in here, and Dallas is trying to get out of here 2-0, and San Antonio is trying to get out of here with Dallas being the exact same record as them, 2-1. So we're going to see who's got it tonight.
This is a first-place battle, and it's even.
Very much so. With a minute left, nobody's round. It's up to somebody to really put on the gas right here. This is what you have to see as a fighter in there individually. Yes, of course, you're fighting for your teammates, but let's go get what you want. I said earlier, yeah, you got to have that commitment to your team, but every now and then you're like, okay, my team's in it. I'm doing well. It's a tie fight. Let me go see if I can steal some glory for myself. And that's where you get those guys who become the fighters of the night or the punchers of the night or knockouts of the night.
And it builds a persona for you. It builds something to go beyond.
It puts a little fear out there. Absolutely. Yeah. You want that reputation as Patrick Mailata has. You want the reputation as some of the females has as big point swingers, 5-point getters, you know? There aren't really also those awesome names that there are in other sports because this is very new. But you want to be known as the punch pointer or something like that.
You've got Melissa Parker. You've got Ellis from the Philadelphia-Boston connection. They're just well known as top-tier performers in the league.
And they put up very big points. You can count on it like a Steph Curry three-pointer. You can count on the females and the heavyweights to separate the gaps and put up some bigger points.
All right, so this one goes to the judges.
Very close round.
Yeah, which team will get ahead?
Hard to see that one, even so much as not being able to decide between these two. We didn't even have a replay to show because it was so close. There's not much deciphering between the two.
And when you look at the body language of the fighters, it would indicate that. It's like, okay, did I do enough? I sure hope. And you start asking people, I did enough, didn't I?
You never want to question it. Leave it in the judges.
To the winner for round number 15 goes to, representing the Alamo City, the San Antonio Snipers, 10-9. For Adrian Taylor, your score, 142-143, San Antonio.
Home team pulling in, getting it done. And then you gotta love the fact that the home team has, as I'm looking at my list, whenever it's come down to that questionable decision, the home team has pulled it away. And that's gotta be a good feeling, especially with the crowd there involved, and it's always feeling that they can help you with that.
Representing the Dallas Enforcers, here is Lazari Simone. representing the San Antonio Snipers, Leanne Williams.
All right, so San Antonio again trying to get beyond the 1-point lead. It's been here 3 times tonight.
Yep. A 1-point lead right before we head into the monies. Ooh, that's a good overhand that he's got. That's a smart looking overhand by Small. You know, he's got a big guy in Glenn Williams in front of him, but he's catching that counter overhand, and it landed right there as well as a hook. You know,
Small moving nicely to his right, landed the right hand again.
It was a good uppercut. That right hand is very educated. If you see, he's not doing much with his lead hand, but the right hand is going under the uppercut, under his guard, and over the punches that Williams is throwing. Now, Williams is long and big-bodied, so he's doing a good job of getting there with his punches, but Small is doing a good job of seeing what's coming after him and trying to overhand that or uppercut anything that Williams is stepping in on. Good punch there by Williams, a little slappy, a little bit fighter. Don't be surprised when the fight breaks out. These guys get in there and they start, you know, looking for a boxing match, and then when a fight breaks out, they get all surprised. Guys, we're getting after it, you know. There's sometimes a fight breaks out.
Williams with the double jab here, trying to make one break out.
Coaching on the side. San Antonio feeling like that victory is right there for them. So, you know, they got that 1-point lead on the undefeated Dallas Forcers. So the guys on the side are rooting on their team, coaching for that, for AC Bryant, really trying to get that camaraderie in there.
Trying to get a bigger lead before the break.
They need it. They're at home. They want to beat the Enforcers. The way to beat an undefeated team is get all hands on deck. Not only from the coaching staff, not only from the fighters, but from the home team as well. The home audience, the home judge, the home referee, everybody on deck.
This has to feel, you know, when you're watching a baseball game and you think there's going to be one big home run.
Yes.
Somebody's going to go deep. And this fight has a feeling like there's going to be a stoppage somewhere. You're waiting for it to see who might break this open.
Well, anytime you can see the ring start moving with those heavyweights around there, you can get that home run derby feeling. You can get that edge of your seat feeling where you're like, oh, man, one of these big swings is going to be just like that. One of these big swings is going to put somebody down or put the ball out of the park. And we just almost saw it right there by Glenn Williams and Isaiah Small. They traded very big punches. 30 seconds left. We're going to see who wants it. Both coaches is calling them on.
That's like watching them sprint down the home stretch here now. Yeah, no jabs in this contest. This has been one of those, we just loaded up.
Yes, sir. Big swings. we don't want no bases. We want home runs only is what they're looking at.
A lot of heart shown by both of these fighters. And sometimes you see a lot of technique. Sometimes instead of technique, you'll see a lot of heart.
Yeah.
And we've seen a ton of heart by these two fighters.
And the best fighters, you're going to see a little bit of both. But definitely you're going to see that tonight out of all the guys. Good fight by both of these big men. They both were looking on the side after we got that break. You know, you see the heavyweights, they get a little bit tired, right? So sometimes you need those guys on the side as you take that break to come push you on. Hey, keep going, keep going. You'll look at the sideline, and one of your friends and one of the guys that you hit mitts with, you know, will point at you. You got this, you got this. And it make you, you know, give that little extra push. And I think Dallas may have pulled away with that little extra push.
In the ring we go. In round number 16 goes to the San Antonio Snipers.
All right, that's a big one.
Yes, indeed.
Your score, 151-153.
So San Antonio gets its biggest lead. Now take a look, the last two fights, 15 and 16. As you look at that line score, 153-151. That's how they got there. So San Antonio on a roll as we prepared to roll away for a little bit and then come back with the money set. San Antonio finding some breathing room. Is that an omen of things to come? We will soon find out. Stay with us.
Who doesn't like a good old-fashioned car check?
Get out of the car. How come you didn't stop?
I don't want to.
As far as dumb drugs,
Give you guys a couple minutes to get dressed.
Well, what brought you guys all the way up here?
Sex.
It's just plain stupid behavior. I'll see you for Cops Reloaded on MeritTV.
Oh, by the way, you're under arrest.
When it comes to family, I always do what's best. My parents taught me that. That's why I called A Place for Mom. Their personalized guidance was just what I needed to find senior living for Mom. And their advice is free to families. Not just free, invaluable. Our advisor gave us options based on our needs and budget, guiding us to the best decision. I never expected a free service to make such a difference.
Our service comes at no cost to your family. Connect with us today.
Balance of nature, it's so simple. It's amazing getting the fruits and vegetables ingredients in 3 red and 3 green capsules.
I take Balance of Nature. I think it's convenient. I can do little capsules in the morning and I'm off to work, you know.
Balance of Nature, it's so easy to do. I feel great, and who doesn't want to feel great?
Get 35% off your first set as a preferred customer. Claim this offer by using discount code.
All right, you get a look at the arena inside the Boeing Techport and in the city of the Alamo, San Antonio, Texas. Dave Bontempo and Bubba Jenkins with you as we get ready for the money set. San Antonio and Dallas. San Antonio now out to its largest lead of the night, but it's only 2 points.
Yeah, I'm excited for San Antonio doing what they're doing at home against the undefeated Dallas team who's come into their house trying to be the big boys, trying to be the big guys on campus, and San Antonio's doing a good job of answering the call and now pulling away.
Let's see how they did that. Some of the highlights from the middle set of this fight. We come in. This is our third fight coming in with Bates. And Bates was getting clocked, so he lost. Could not get it together.
Yeah, he got beat up a little bit right there, and big punches from these guys right here. They went back and forth, and he was animated about it, but he told us that he won, as you can see right here.
Show some emotion. We hit to the money card. Money rounds, money set fight card. The final 8 fights that will decide this one. 8 fights to go. San Antonio up by 2, so the math still comes into play, and maybe a big bomber comes into play for a stoppage. We have not seen a stoppage so far.
No, we haven't. You know what that calls for, right? That calls for a Patrick Mailata bomb now. Mailata is the guy that shows the stops the show. He's been on all year, and tonight he has suffered a loss. So we're going to see if they're going to put their best foot forward and come back with Mailata.
All right, let's go to the ring and get the money rounds started.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are set, and welcome to the money rounds. We introduce you first in round number 17 at 199. Here is for the Dallas Enforcers, Calvin Henderson. And representing the San Antonio Snipers, Adrian Taylor.
Well, now how about the pressure in the money set versus the earlier fights, okay?
Yeah.
You know, now it means a lot more.
Yeah, definitely. Butts get tight and hands get clenched right here, because this is definitely where it matters. And they don't call it the money set for no reason. This is where the bread gets buttered. This is where the coins pop out like Sonic. This is where it matters. Big rings, big punches. The match-deciding individuals have to step up and have to show their team who wants to be the champs.
And this is really a character display for a lot of fighters, because some people can step up and meet the moment, and for a lot of people it's hard.
Absolutely, and that's what a clutch-like fighter is. That's what it means to be clutch.
You have to really develop yourself and get up to that apart.
Yeah, and look, you're seeing a lot of good offense right here by Adrian Taylor, being the guy that's in the corner, but he's also being the guy that's got to get the victory for his team. They're in the lead, and he starts the money round with this team, but Dallas wants to get this back. Dallas wants to be undefeated, and they want to leave out of San Antonio with the victory of being the #1 team out of Texas.
And there's a lot going on here in this one. 2-point lead for San Antonio can tighten up the standings and make it virtually even between San Antonio and Dallas. And Dallas, it's within range to make a statement and get out of here.
That San Antonio team, again, very, very vocal on the sideline. AC Bryant, very, very good as a leader, and the rest of the team is following right behind them with giving their advice, giving whatever they could to their fighter, who is, doing a good job of having to fight a very handed Calvin Henderson.
It has been Henderson getting off first, and it is Taylor trying to be slick with his jab and be accurate.
Yeah, and Taylor got the win last time, so we need Hendrickson to, possibly get those points that Dallas are looking for in order to get this a little bit closer and give that Mailata punch or that Mailata Spiller fight a lot more drama.
And interesting, there wasn't anything in that Mailata fight that would suggest that the next one would be a stoppage. So will somebody else step up and be the big thumper? That's the one thing that has made this one unique, is we haven't had that 10-8, that 10-7.
Yeah, well, we're going to see Adolphe Stevenson and Corey Caad next. We're definitely have an ability to see some stoppage or some big points or some drama there. So with the money set still on the table, we got a little bit of things to look out for.
So Taylor was pressuring, but some of the best shots belong to Henderson. So here is your judicial dilemma. Pressure versus the highlight reel shots.
100%, and it all goes down to what the judges want to see. As we've been seeing earlier, they like the motion, they like the movement, so San Antonio has been getting away with a lot of these close rounds.
See, here you go with Taylor putting on the pressure and Henderson with the more clear shots. Well, one of these will win out.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, in round number 17, your winner, the San Antonio Sniper.
Yeah, I can see how Kelvin be a little bit upset with that victory. I think he thought, he did enough. He was going forward. He could be upset with that, but Taylor pulls it out again.
Gentlemen, this contest is sponsored by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, known to bring the heat. This is round number 18 at 160. We introduce to you first, representing the Dallas Enforcers.
It's the round of the night we talked about.
Adolphe the Wolf Stevens. And across the ring, in the red corner, in the blue corner, representing the San Antonio Snipers, here is Corey Snapback King.
So San Antonio, they feel like a landslide now, up 3, and it's 3 consecutive victories for the Snipers to pull out at the end of the middle set and at the beginning of the money rounds set.
And this is going to come down to a beautiful finish because Dallas has a lot of really good fighters left on their roster, as does San Antonio. But I believe with the score being weighed, the score is, and the rounds that we got left, I believe is going to come down to possibly the man who said he wanted that pound-for-pound list, AJ Graham. We're going to see. Oh, good punch right there by Stevenson, catching Caad on the way back. Again, Caad keeps his head up a little bit too often, and, hands are not in tight, but he gets a lot of leverage with his punches, and which makes a lot of people take their time on their way in on him.
Caad was effective against Stevens the first time, and the jab was the reason.
these guys got to do a better job of not running in and rushing and mushing up their punches. The best punchers have a really good sense of not only distance, but balance. And you can't fall in and you can't mush your punches together, because then, you know, you get tied up and you don't get the leverage on the punches that you really, really need. And a lot of times you look wild doing it. That leap in right there can get you hurt.
I've been doing this close to 50 years. I've never seen anybody with a jab that wasn't a good fighter.
Absolutely, absolutely. Absolutely, and some of the jab, you know, with you saying that, the jab is a very good temperature checker. The jab checks your range, the jab checks your speed, it checks his speed, it checks his timing, it sets everything up. The jab is everything to start with, and it gives you your distance and your range finders.
When you think of the great fighters through history, whether that was Ali or Lennox Lewis or Larry Holmes, what jabs they had.
Yes.
Set everything up.
Then you had that, you know, that Magic Mike guy who, you know, didn't jab anything, but if it touched, it was over. So there's that. There's the man. Fighting's all about styles. You know, boxing's all about styles.
But with him, his first major move was a defensive one to bob and weave and get inside that jab.
It was to counter the jab, right?
Yes.
So it all revolved around the jab. As we're seeing Corey Caad get caught with a right hand there on the ropes. But as we were saying, in all of mixed martial arts, all of the combats, all of the striking worlds, when you've come from any world that you've come from, every striking sport starts with an amazing jab and good balance and understanding of distance.
And in this fight, we did not see that jab, which is why it was a good thing to talk about.
And this is why it got us thinking about so many different other combat sports. We saw a little bit of grappling in here, a little bit of WWE on the ropes right here, a little bit of elbow action. Oh, that was a nice left hook right there that caught Caad. Didn't see that one in, but it was in close range.
It was a good right hand coming in.
Yeah. We gonna see.
And now, fight fans, round number 18 goes to the Dallas Enforcer.
Oh, swung it.
Adolphe Steven.
That matters in the money rounds.
So he gets himself a push then tonight. I will also tell you that the following fight has been declared a victory
number 19
for Dallas.
Is a 10-9 score for the Dallas Enforcers, Malik Moo.
And that was based on an injury preventing Saya from
And
coming
here we go,
out.
ladies and gentlemen, to
I can
round
understand that, you know.
20.
The best ability is availability. If you're not available to, you know, if you were available earlier and you can't continue a little bit later, that gives the other team that advantage, because, you know, best ability is availability.
That's why the Stevens win was so important.
Absolutely.
Because now it sets up a bridge and
Here is
Mailata.
Zachary.
It did. That gives them that 10-10 that they were looking for, that the San Antonio had taken right before the middle set had started. That ended.
So now it's like right back up against each other here.
And if I'm Mailata, I'm thinking, man, I didn't get the punch that I wanted, and not only did I not get the punch that I wanted, they felt that I lost the round. So let me go ahead and not only get the punch that I wanted off, but I'm for sure securing myself with this round, as the match is very, very close, and they could use that point that he's going to try to give them.
So the lesson is you have to work. It's nice to throw that big highlight reel type punch, but if it's not there and you have to work for it and set it up, try to win with hustle.
Absolutely, you have to hustle. And with Mailata taking his first loss of the year, you know, he's definitely got another feeling about the way he feels about that punch. As you can see right here, he's tagging him, getting him hurt, leaning on him, and still seeing that there's 2 minutes left. He might be trying to pick up those bonus points that he may have let fall in the beginning rounds. He looks aggressive.
He looks aggressive, and Spiller looks a little winded. But that doesn't mean either fighter can't walk into a bomb. Mailata's effective with his body shots.
Very effective right there. He took a little bit out of Spiller right there with that gas tank, because 2 of those 3 punches really landed effectively. Ooh, good right hand right there. Spiller does not look like the same fighter. He's definitely looking a little bit more vulnerable than he did in the other rounds, or the other round with Mailata.
So a good first half of this fight for Mailata.
Big swing and a miss. Mailata was really trying to set up that uppercut. And if he would step in on it more, you see how he's kind of leaning on. He's just out of that line of being able to step in on that uppercut, because he's got Spiller leaning over a little bit. That fatigue's got him bent over a little bit. That's why he's punching that straight cross to the body, to get him bent over, get him leaning, and then rip uppercut heavy. And that's what the setup is. No one can see it, I'm gonna let you guys know. That's the setup. Bend him over and rip him up.
Bubba told you.
Yep.
And meantime, Mailata.
You see that left hand ripping to that liver right there, ripping to the body, stabbing to the body. He's gonna rip down there and then try to bring it upstairs.
He is.
There it is. Just a miss.
A big win, but there was a good straight right hand that got in there.
Yeah.
Now Mailata, figure you've got the 1 point in the bank.
Yeah.
Now you can get aggressive. Even a knockdown would be helpful to your team.
Well, that's what I was saying Mailata would be thinking. Mailata came into this saying, man, I didn't get the big punch that I wanted, but maybe I didn't get the big punch, but I'm definitely going to secure the round. And with securing the round, then you see the opportunities. Oh, okay, I got this guy hurt a little bit. Maybe I can step on it and get a big punch in there like that. You know, I think obviously Mailata walked away with this round convincingly, but he wanted to get that victory back that he lost earlier.
So they'll get a split, and this should go back to even.
Right back down to it. Right back down to it. Now we get the student and the coach, and Uncle Jarvis and nephew Salazar.
Mailata dropping the thunder here. Did everything but get a stoppage.
Everything. And he is one of Dallas's enforcers.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, inside the ring. With a score to 10-9 goes to the Dallas Enforcers. In round 20, Patrick Magic Mailata.
And you would think that would be a bigger response for Dallas, because, you know, that was to be expected, and they were down. They're going into the final rounds, the money set, all tied up. You would think at an away fight or at an away match, you would want to be more animated for your team. This is getting down to the nitty-gritty, and San Antonio is feeling like they have the grasp, or at least the taste of an upset victory on their tongue.
Action Jackson!
So Dallas with 3 points in a row.
San Antonio Snipers
came all the way back.
Blackwell.
So again, we start over with 4 fights to go.
JJ versus BB. Let's see who's got it. And they were very surprised that Bryce Blackwell won last time. So I'm sure Jordan Jackson's going to come out with an understanding of trying to get that victory back. Anybody who has suffered a defeat in the earlier rounds, because it has come down to a tie, they should know that their point was the difference in it being what it is. So they should go and get that back, and that would be the point that their team needs for victory. If they have given one of them up, go get it back.
Then you're going to have some satisfaction going into the week.
Absolutely, and your team looks at you differently. He heard him right there, got him right, but your team looks at you differently. Week after week, they know they can count on you. The way that Dallas Enforcers look at Mailata as the lineup starts to go down is the way that you would want every team to look at you as you're getting ready to start to warm up in the warm-up deck. As I was a national champion, when in our duels, when we would go against Ohio State and Iowa at Penn State, the team would look at me as the other fighters were getting ready, and I would know it was my time to not only be captain, to be leader, but to make a statement for my team, to not only swing the momentum, but absolutely capture the victory that was at hand.
Then it's like winning 4 or 5 times in your mind when you can lift everybody up by doing that.
Absolutely.
And it really is something when you have the fortunes of a whole lot of people riding on how you do.
Yeah, there's nothing more powerful than a made-up mind. And when you get a group of people all in the same mind telling you, let's go, we're all headed this way, man, you see the power of teams that become champions.
TCL is taking the classic individual sport of boxing and turning it into a team concept.
Yeah, and that with the minute left, you know, you got to start to see the coaches really employ their fighters to really step on it. And I believe Dallas has done a good job of being just a more optical aggressor, right? Not much going on with substance, not really going with the punches that you really would say hurt a boxer or would hurt anyone, right? But just the look of it, of how the referee has to stop them, and with the one guy going forward, it looks good for the judges, especially when the judges like that motion. As we've been seeing all night, there's a way that they've been judging all night. You got to stick into that in the last minute, last 30 seconds.
So San Antonio on the outside, popping the jab.
They're still saying, come on, employing both fighters to come on. And I think Dallas is going to steal this one after Bryce had taken the first one. I don't think Bryce was aggressive enough as he was the first time. And I don't know if it was tired or what, but that's one where I would look at him like, hey, Bryce, we just won. We just beat that guy. You know, why would you take a back seat to a guy you beat, you know, less than 12 minutes ago? You know, that big left hand over the ear kind of hurt him a little bit. And a lot of times you see him punching, he was on the ropes. A lot of his back was on the ropes, being defensive, countering almost. So optically, that's going to look good for Dallas. Again, Dallas needs to get up and get ready because their team is on the cusp of a victory. And San Antonio is doing everything they can to get that undefeated record off of them.
Taking round number 21. Goes to the Dallas Enforcers at 9.
Big win.
So the Dallas Express continues during this money set.
Round is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery.
Now Dallas is getting their chance going. Coming down to it, round 22, baby, undecided.
And
no stoppages yet.
35. Here is representing the Dallas Enforcers, Jack Sambiaku. And representing the San Antonio.
This was a close fight last time we had this one. Very, very close. I actually guessed it wrong. I wanted Sean Bates. I actually wanted Jack. I shed Sean Bates. Jack did win it because he definitely came on late. Sean was moving and doing all the great motion and bobbing and weaving, but not really too much sticking and moving. I mean, sticking and mattering. So we're going to see what matters right now.
Pivotal one with Dallas up by 1 point.
Jack came out very aggressive. He is not letting it slip away this time. There will be no misunderstanding of who wants to fight in this round. Jack is definitely with his back on the rope, throwing vicious punches.
If you take a look at the onlookers and the teammates.
1-2. Very aggressive is Jack. I mean, even though he's getting hit with the counter, I mean, it's probably 20 punches to 3. I mean, he's really, really the aggressive one, really coming forward and almost walking him down. Sean Bates is looking like he's getting hit by a blender right now.
Yeah, these are big developments here for Jack.
Absolutely. And it was very undecided. We couldn't tell who won because Jack started so late. Maybe his coaches got on him. Maybe Tony Smack in the corner was like, "Do not take the back seat that you took last time. I want your last minute to be your first minute." And that's what we're seeing right here. His last minute where he came on very strong against Sean Bates is exactly what we're seeing out of this first minute from him.
And in the first fight, that last round was just enough for him to pull out of it, and he's trying to go with 3 rounds of it here. And coming back is Sean Bates, but he's got a big hole to dig out of now.
Yeah, Sean Bates has got him in the right spot, got him in the corner, had an opportunity to keep him in that corner and really change this fight around. You know, with Jack being a little bit tired, having come out so aggressively, it is now Sean's turn to swing. He's got to go to the body. He's got to start ripping up on that gas tank, and you can see the anticipation and the anxiety set in on all of these coaches. The San Antonio coaches like, let's go, keep forward, a minute left. And then the enforcer coaches, you're doing so good, stay with it, stay with it. So this again goes back to starting fast and lasting, or coming out with a strategic plan and then breaking it down minute by minute.
The adrenaline very high for both fighters, and on the sidelines as
it's a 1 point.
Teams are up and chanting. It's like any team sport where you think you've got to rally and everybody's up.
Yeah, and it's still, as much as Jack was on him early, a lot of the judges don't remember that. A lot of the times it's the last minute that they remember. And he's doing well, he's punching back, even though Sean Bates got into it a little bit. But I believe Jack did enough to get the Dallas Enforcers a 2-point lead.
Well, if you're Jack, you're saying this fight can't end fast enough.
Fast enough, man. That clock becomes an hour clock.
Sean Psycho Bates lands a big shot.
Big left hook.
Oh, did he steal it?
And I wanted to say that's what happened last time.
But it did. In reverse.
In reverse. We're gonna see it, man. This was wonderful, Furry. This is probably the match of the round of the night. Good boxing right here. He shifted and made a mean left hook. The body shift that he had right there, he liked it so much he had to do an ollie shuffle out of that one. That was beautiful. Good footwork, good boxing right there. And maybe the one stealing move of that round, because Jack was on him the entire time.
It was all Jack until Bates stepped up late.
And now, we go inside the ring. Taking round number 22 goes to the Dallas Enforcers.
Yeah.
There was just enough time left for Jack.
Yeah, and I think Jack did.
Bates was bearing down like a freight train.
That is surprising. Bates took 2 losses tonight to Jack.
One, it seemed like he had, and slipped away.
Number 23.
And one, he rallied too late.
Yeah, and that is just how the TCL is. That you don't have enough time. A lot of these other boxers come into this with this ideal that they can build on an understanding or build on an offense. You gotta either get there and get there early, or don't come at all.
Representing the San Antonio Snipers, Jorge de Jesus Romero.
And AJ Graham said he wants to be pound for pound, whether it be the best boxer or the most exciting. He wants to be pound for pound something in TCL. He told me personally, face to face, this is an opportunity to shut them out and get that Dallas Enforcer team to go up 3-0.
He came out and had a good, strong performance the first time against Romero.
Yeah, they needed Bates to have a big performance in order to keep them in this. Now AJ is all over Jorge.
Well, Bates did give them that big performance in the final minute, and I think 15 more seconds he walks away with that.
Absolutely. But as you can see, you know, the difference in what AC was doing and setting up, you know, as the coach for San Antonio, and what Tony Mack had planned as the coach for Dallas. San Antonio was in it the entire way, and it was like strategic, going back and forth. But you saw the difference in the money round. The money round has been maybe a little bit of San Antonio, and then it was Dallas, 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 Dallas. I mean, you can see the strategic understanding of when the money counts, when the bread is time to get buttered. San Antonio did not have enough to deal with the enforcers and the Tony Mack train that was coming right down that Texas turnpike.
So can Romero help out his team? Cuban training, Guillermo Rigondeaux, Yuriorkis Gamboa, Arizlandi Lara, some big names. Came to the U.S. in 2015. Known for the slick footwork and the precise counters, but it has been his opponent who's been filling out that role.
Yeah, he has, and he's done a good job of getting the victory tonight earlier in the rounds, and I think he's going to stay safe and be smart. You know, even though he gets a little wild and has a little bit of fun in there, I think he's going to stay safe and be smart and try to help the enforcers go.
And the question now is, okay, stay safe and be smart. You're not a judge in there. You're fighting. Hard to get a sense of how much you can protect and how much you have to go after your opponent.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when you don't know, you know, in the longer rounds, TCL gives you a great understanding of what the score is. So he walked into that ring knowing, all right, we're up 2 points. I just can't give up a knockdown or some, you know, he had a strategic understanding. But with other boxing matches, with other coming down to the judges and you don't know until after the 12th round, you really don't know what you're going into. So you think you could be winning and walk away with the most disappointing loss. That's the difference in TCL. Not only are we a team combat boxing league, but we also let you know what it is when it is right there, so you can go into the next round knowing exactly what you need.
So Romero finishing with a flourish, and then the question again will be, is that enough? On the Dallas sideline, they think their guy has it.
I think that money rounds really show the difference between San Antonio and Dallas.
This is a big call right here. San Antonio is right there if they get this one. Dallas is, the train will be leaving the station almost if Dallas gets it.
And it was a rivalry all the way up into those money rounds, and then that's when the decision to be strategic and to put the big horses out there, and it changed the entire landscape for Dallas.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the ring we go to round number 23. Your winners, the Dallas Enforcers.
So the body language is accurate. And Graham gets 2 points for Dallas tonight. Dallas now up 3. We'll go to a swing bout, Smith versus King. And this will be our finale. So it's still mathematically alive. Smith needs a knockout.
Yeah, he needs a big knockout, and you know, King will definitely give him the opportunity to present those knockouts. But I think he's going to go in there with Tony Mack in his ear with a strategic understanding of melt the clock and don't get beat.
At 154, introducing to you first, representing the Dallas Enforcers, here is Mauricio Bad News King. And representing the San Antonio Snipers, Keith Smith.
So the question is now, you're Mauricio King. Let's say you are an aggressive fighter.
Yes, very aggressive fighter.
But you're now in a team setting.
Yeah.
So how do you balance, again, you don't want to get stopped, huh?
This is battling those demons, you know. This is instinct versus demons, right? You know, you're supposed to just go off of the instincts and just, you know, go off of what you've been doing in training. And that's normally who you are. But also you have those little small demon voices in your head that say, hey, how about we go try to get this guy on knockout? How about we go try to set this thing up and let's make SportsCenter tonight. And those are the exact opposite things you should be thinking about when it comes to a team setting and a closeout victory that you guys have, because that is the quickest way to get you sent home unconsciously, you know, really trying to set up the big punch or really trying to listen to those small voices that are not your coach and that are not natural instincts that you have on your everyday ones and twos.
I mean, like the devil sitting on your shoulder and the angel sitting on your shoulder. The devil, come on, go for that knockout.
Yeah.
You have it in you.
Yeah, absolutely. And the angel's saying, hey, man, let's waste the clock, you know, get the jab going, pepper, get on the good foot. Let's get out of here. Nobody needs to get hurt. And then there's that little, come on, we're already beating them. We're up 20. Let's go get the knockout.
Let's make a statement.
Yeah, and the coach is definitely inspired by what his team is doing, but they did not have the money round strategy that Dallas had, and it showed, you know, and he's a great coach. AC has done an amazing job with San Antonio and what they have brought together as a team, but the Dallas Enforcers are going to be 3-0 for a reason, and, you know, shouts out to Tony Mack and what he did all the way up through, and especially in those money sets.
All right, so the Dallas Enforcers 1 minute away from being 3-0 and walking out of San Antonio in first place in a 2-game lead.
Yeah. So when it comes to Las Vegas being a 2-0 team, and is it because Las Vegas and those other two teams have not fought yet? That's why Dallas is going to be moving up to the #1 team? Is that my understanding?
Well, Dallas a couple weeks ago, the first fight was, they needed, Mailata, and it was really tight.
Yeah.
And we're seeing this team gradually, in 3 straight weeks, get better. Right? And that's part of what the league is I'm going to be kind of fascinated to see what teams improve
right
between now and the end, because there is going to be a growth pattern.
Yeah, and the thing about TCL that I love at the end is if your team doesn't make the playoffs, you now have an opportunity to join these other teams and make that team stronger. Seeing what they brought together at the playoffs and at the championship for the Cup was an amazing show of great team, top to bottom, all the way through. And Dallas definitely feels as though they came away and they're excited about this victory. They went into San Antonio at the Alamo and got the victory. Even here, those little voices in his head was like, let's go get that, because that left hook and those punches on that rope almost really got that stamp that he was looking for, that we were telling him not to do. No, the small voices, sit back, just get the victory. But once he got him on the rope right here and he landed 2 good punches, he started seeing that blood in the water and he went after it. I don't blame him.
The pacifist angel was overruled.
Absolutely. Good fight all the way through by Dallas. Good showing by San Antonio, being at home, having that crowd, having their chants, trying to protect that house. And, it was a great fight all the way through until, obviously, when the money came through.
It's all about individual accolades now for these fighters.
Well, I wouldn't hold my hand up if I was a sniper. I know that I lost. You got to know the rounds. There's some times where there's close rounds. And you almost get stopped, and you get the help with the ref out of there. You got to know, man, maybe I didn't win that one. I'm not even going to act like it.
When you see 2 fighters doing it, sometimes, somebody's trying to buy it.
Yeah. I don't like when they're trying to buy my wins. Put your hand down. You know that wasn't you.
For the final round, number 24 goes to the Dallas Enforcers, Mauricio Bad News King.
Well, I'll tell you what. The money set belonged to Dallas all the way through. Dallas will become 3-0, taking away what had been a very tight fight and then pulling away. So Dallas gets the victory, 3-0 in first place, goes into San Antonio, takes care of business, and the Enforcers enforcing their doctrine of we're in first place. Stay with us.
Blink, and it's over. Saturday night ignites as the Atlanta Attack faces down the Miami Assassins. It's a fight you don't want to miss. Atlanta versus Miami, tomorrow night at 8 on MeritTV.
I was drinking every day.
I was hooked on oxys.
My husband turned into someone I didn't recognize.
The addiction crisis. Worse than a pandemic, we have a growing epidemic. There are approximately 20 alcohol and drug-related deaths per hour every single day. Addiction is a disease. Like any other disease, it may have serious harmful effects and may lead to death if left untreated.
Introducing Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and rediscovery. We understand the unique challenges men face in their journey to recovery. Set on 38 private acres, our state-of-the-art facility offers a safe, supportive environment for healing and growth. Our team of dedicated professionals specializes in evidence-based treatment, providing our patients with the tools to overcome addiction and achieve long-term sobriety. If you or a loved one needs to make a change, call us today at 386-423-4540 or visit us online at serenityspringsrecovery.com and reclaim your life.
Weekdays at 8 a.m. Eastern.
All right, let's go.
Get your day going with Steve.
Everybody in a good mood today?
When you're having this much fun, it's Harvey working.
You just went straight up there, didn't you?
Steve, weekdays at 8 a.m. Eastern on Dr. Phil's MeritTV.
Total Combat League Boxing is brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, a drink not only made to tingle your senses with hot cinnamon flavor, but also made to pay tribute to firefighters all across America. This drink will put a kick in your step with its bold, hot smoothness. And let's look at this fight tonight. What was bold, hot, and smooth? Well, let's fight in the middle rounds of this one.
Yeah, we had the wild punching over here by Dallas, and he got some good punching on the side. There was not many knockouts of the night right here, but there was a lot of boxing in this one that definitely got the heads bobbing around. So definitely could see why they got that as the round.
All right, let's go back to ringside.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, how about a huge round of applause for all of our boxers here tonight, putting on a heck of a show for Fiesta Weekend. After 24 exciting rounds of TCL Team Boxing League action, we have the results for our first doubleheader with a final total of 230 to 226. The victory goes to, and now, 3-0, the DAL is here!
And the Team Boxing League continues with our Friday night doubleheader. The Phoenix Fury and the Houston Hitmen from San Antonio. A couple of teams trying to find some momentum in the Team Combat League. Hi, everybody. I'm Dave Bontempo along with Bubba Jenkins, welcoming you back. It's been an active night. We've already seen the Dallas Enforcers take over first place, and now we see a couple of teams looking for some momentum.
Absolutely, yeah. Phoenix had a good win last week, that 1-point win, and they're looking to create some momentum. It's going to be hot no matter where these guys are, so whoever bringing the heat is going to get the victory tonight.
Let's take a look at some of the Houston action that we've seen in the first couple weeks of the season as they try to get off. Melissa Parker has been excellent, one of the top fighters in the league, and she leads it off for Houston, and she's one of those fighters. We talk about heavyweight fighters who get big points for their team. Melissa Parker is looked at to get big points for her team.
Absolutely. She's mean, aggressive, and she likes to come forward.
4-0 is Melissa Parker. And then Pugh was the winner for Phoenix last week. So this is something that they'll have to guard against, the late night rallies by the Phoenix team. So that's some of the Houston highlights and some of the angles that we are going to see coming into this fight. Now, what do you think about these teams? They're both needy here.
Yeah, they're both needing a victory. They're both at the bottom of, so to speak, at the bottom of the totem pole. And with us just watching Dallas and me being a Las Vegas guy coming to Las Vegas, we're seeing the different spectrums of the teams in the league. You got the guys at the top and you got the guys at the bottom. But because it's a point-based system, they can't just, come out and just look at these losses as just everyday losses. You got to put the points up. You got to continue to fight all the way down to the heavyweights, all the way down to the women's division. Everybody's got to be hands on deck, and everybody's got to respond.
All right, let's look at the Phoenix team. Phoenix team with an exhilarating performance last week. It came all the way down to the final fight and the final minute. So this is now a team that is 1-1.
They did a good job of getting that victory last week and not being shut out, being 0-2. They come into this week being 1-1, and we're going to see the rest of the standings and how they match up with the rest of the league. But this is the league that's growing.
This is the guy that brought it for them. Hugh, in the last fight, last minute.
Yeah.
That fight was even, and he found something inside himself came away with a good performance, and the final minute, that puts the Phoenix Fury at 1-1. So Houston is 0-2 and very much in need of a victory to prevent from going 0-3 in the season. Let's take a look at how these matchups occur. The launch set, first set of rounds, the first 8 fights that we will have tonight. See Paige Gilbert in there. Some of the fights to watch. You get Talib Jr. We've got a lot of fighters in here, a lot of parity.
Yeah, you know, you got Shaquille Felicia that is going against her, and it's going to be a good matchup. Like we said earlier, a lot of the female division, a lot of the women division, they have a lot of big gaps between the top person and the last person. So whoever can swing those punches and get that right timing punch down for their team, whether they're down by a couple of points or they close the gap, that's going to be very, very important in the women's division for these teams.
Well, Bubba and I are here, and let's throw to our third member of our broadcast team in San Antonio, Amelia Moore. Go ahead, Amelia. How are you?
Thanks so much, Dave and Bubba. I hope you guys are doing well. We're back in the ring down here, getting ready to go into our second set of fights tonight. Lots of action. I hope everybody's awake, because I know I am, right in the middle of all the adrenaline. Tonight, I would say, just to kick it off, we're going to get into some blazing fights with Paige Gilbert along with Melissa Parker. Melissa Parker is a seasoned veteran. As you said, she's now 4-0 in this season. I know they got into a little bit of a tuffle, scruffle last night at weigh-ins. It was a little bit of drama. So I think that they're way ready to put hands after words yesterday. So I'm excited. Another 24 rounds, and that's what I got for you tonight by ringside. So we'll be in here with interviews later tonight on both sides for Phoenix and Houston.
Was that heated?
Guys.
Was that a heated exchange at the weigh-in?
Yeah, they said there was a heated exchange, and one of the Paige was pulled out of the weigh-in area, so they weren't able to catch it on tape. But word came back that they did have a bit of a scuffle, so some hands were thrown and words were said. So
we like that. We like that.
All right, so that fight fight began early, and we can't wait to get to it now for real. TCL is straight ahead. When we come back from our first break, we'll send it out to ringside and get this started. You're watching the TCL on Merit TV.
Blink, and it's over. Saturday night ignites as the Atlanta Attack faces down the Miami Assassins. It's a fight you don't want to miss. Atlanta versus Miami, tomorrow night at 8 on Merit TV.
I thought we had a plan for Dad. He was set to go to the senior living community right by my house. Then a friend suggested I talk to a place for Mom. They really opened my eyes. My advisor listened and understood his needs and showed us options that were still nearby, but a better fit for Dad. Now he's in a warm, engaging community with a big group of friends. I know we made the better choice.
For free senior living advice, go to aplaceformom.com.
Whether you're mastering the golf course, nurturing your garden, or dancing the cha-cha-cha, maintain your well-being with Balance of Nature fruits and veggies supplements, a formulated blend of 31 whole food ingredients. Imagine the possibilities when you feel your best, exploring new passions, rediscovering old ones, and embracing every moment with renewed enthusiasm. It's time to redefine what's possible and live life on your terms. Start your journey with Balance of Nature.
I got charged for a stolen vehicle.
Time in jail. Witness the unfiltered reality of life on the inside. Then it's the ultimate showdown on the streets. Cops Reloaded.
Get on the ground!
Jail and Cops Reloaded. Weekdays starting at 4 Eastern on Dr. Phil's Merit TV.
Balance of Nature is a proud partner of the Team Combat League. As a preferred customer, get 35% off your first set when you use code FIGHT. Go to balanceofnature.com or call today. Well, how about the balance of power in this fight card tonight? Let's set it to San Antonio and get it started.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are live on Dr. Phil's Merit TV. Here from the Boeing Center at Techport in the Alamo City, San Antonio, Texas, on Fiesta Weekend. We are set for tonight's in-ring clash. This is Team Combat League. This is Team Boxing League. Tonight, we'd like to thank the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation for Combative Sports, along with Program Director Greg Alvarez for hosting tonight's doubleheader. We also like to thank our sponsors, Climax, Moonshine Fire, Number 32, Balance of Nature, proud health supplier and supplement supplier of TCL and Serenity Springs Recovery Center. And now, fight fans, we are set and ready to meet our teams. We introduce to you first, please welcome the Phoenix Fury. And now, please welcome your Houston Hitmen.
All right, so the teams making their way in. The coaches, Austin Trout for Houston and Sonny Gutierrez for Phoenix.
Yeah, excited to see what Austin Trout's got his team looking forward to. He's coming off of big wins in Dubai. You know, he's always active. You see him in the cage, in the ring right now, and being a leader that he needs to be for his squad. Right there in the ear of Melissa Parker, getting ready for her to start this show off right.
Tonight, Houston are led by former WBA light middleweight champion and current BKFC welterweight champion, Austin No Doubt Trout. And now, repping your Houston Hitmen, former NABF and IBO bantamweight champion, featherweight Melissa La Bella Bestia Parker. Featherweight, Martel the Menace Washburn. Former ABO and current Texas champion, lightweight Nelson Hot Hands Hampton. Lightweight James the Fresh Prince Earl. WBA Continental USA champion and WBC US NBC champion, welterweight Quinton Quick Draw Rento. Junior middleweight Reynard Alif Ali Talib Jr. Middleweight Kasibu Yakubu. WBA Latino champion heavyweight Nagi Dominican Dynamite Aguilera. Current ABO welterweight champion Todd Louisiana Lion Mannion. Super middleweight Jaden Franklin Brinton. Light heavyweight Devontae Boogeyman Williams. Cruiserweight Michael El Bandido Coronado. And heavyweight Travaris Bear Barnes. Once again, your Houston Hitmen. And now, please welcome the Phoenix Fury.
Yeah. The city is up in the madness. The people is giving the damage. They turn into animal savage. Serranos and hippos and mammoths. The hero was coming, I'm locked in. You know that I'm winning, I'm top 10. You know that I came from the dark pen. You want it, you get it, you drop dead. The rebel who came from the bottom. My enemies know that I got it. I'm planting my seeds in gardens, then watching them sprout and harvest. The greatest was always in my plans. Battle the kid is white flags. That on my level where I stand. Got it, I'm shooting a hot hand. Out of the gym, I was locked out. I failed, the kid was a dropout. I changed the game and it's up now. The city, they need me, is clear now. The people is giving the damage. Sandman, I can tap dance through the energy blast. Run flat, never pop, never pop, never pop, never pop. Spinning the globe, my fingertip itch. If I could pluck, the earthquake hit. Look at the wrist, look at your body, I shake it and shift. Big fish in a small pond. Godzilla with a boot on. Ice step in the Jordan lawn. Turn skyscrapers into croutons.
The Phoenix Fury is a wonderful, pleasant sight to see. I'm excited to see it. You notice the mask that they got. They got a little mask thing going on. I don't know if that's a little masquerade, what was that going on? Little
intimidation?
Yeah, a little night at the masquerade kind of thing going on. I like every single one of them came out with it. That's awesome.
For a Friday the 13th type reminder, too.
It's good. I like to see teams, back themselves with, everything. Everyone's all in. We all have the same shoes. We all have the same mask. Whatever it is, I like to see the camaraderie of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Phoenix Fury is led by head coach Sonny Gutierrez. And now for your Fury, introducing featherweight Paige Gilbert. Featherweight Connor Gold. Lightweight Joseph King Rivas. Lightweight Abel Mendoza. Welterweight Rahman Muhammad. Junior middleweight Shaquille Felicia. Middleweight DeAndre Dixie Animal Pettis. Heavyweight Elijah War Chief Akana. Welterweight Alan Medina. Super middleweight Andrew Hurricane Hernandez. Light heavyweight Rico El Conejo Santana. Cruiserweight Charles CP the Champion. And heavyweight Adam All-American Stewart. Once again, your Phoenix Fury.
All right, so we're getting ready to get it started. Dallas defeated Houston last week, 229-223. Phoenix slipping by San Antonio, 227-226. Our second one-pointer.
Gotta love when it gets down to the last nitty-gritty.
And it was decided in the last fight. So there is Paige Gilbert going against Melissa Parker.
I've seen Paige get a couple of good wins this year. Maybe a good knockout when she was down in Houston, but she's got a tall task in front of her, in front of Melissa Parker.
And Melissa Parker, one of the top fighters in the league.
Representing the Houston Hitmen, former NABF and IBO bantamweight champion, featherweight Melissa La Bella Bestia Parker. Round one.
She is 6-0 in the league.
She's aggressive, she hits hard, and she comes out with the ideal that she wants to always put the bonus points up.
Former IBO champion in boxing, and says, I want to leave no room for split decision cases. So that's the mindset of someone who knows what the system is all about.
Absolutely. She's a southpaw, and she's coming with that left hand overhand and that right hook to the body. She's really doing a good job of going up, down, upstairs and downstairs. But let's not be too shy to admit that Paige Gilbert is coming out here ready to fight. Definitely always comes with a little bit of heart on her sleeve, and we love to see her get her victories in. She got a win earlier this year and made her, fighter of the night. And I was really excited for her. She was really happy for her performance. So we're going to see how she goes against Melissa Parker.
All right, so Paige Gilbert saying she was hit low, and based on her plea to the referee, it would appear so. Give them a little bit of a break, and then back they are.
And it's good to see the difference in the TCL fighters, women, because they have the 3 minutes that the same as the men have. The 2 minutes that other organizations have for their women is thrown out the window here. We equal, everybody can get it in this league right here. Team Combat League, women get as long as the men get to beat each other up. So it's an awesome advantage for those women who really like to build their case, because they definitely get a little bit more time in that one round than they're normally used to. And that body shot hurt.
Yeah, Melissa Parker really doing an excellent job with the body shots, and she's catching some right hooks for the price of it, but you can see that she's got like a rhythmic machine of the head movement and then the body shot. And Gilbert is standing right up to it.
Yeah, and Paige did a good job of answering back with a nice cross, a nice 2 left hand to the nose of Melissa, but Parker is doing a good job of taking those peppering punches and then come back with heavy, heavy heat. I would much rather be Melissa Parker than Paige Gilbert. Good trade right there, and this is going to be an entertaining round. Good overhand right there by Paige. Still in this fight, still giving it her all. She's very gamey, that fighter, Paige.
Jabs, we don't need no stinking jabs. That's how they're going after this. It's been a body shot fest.
Yeah, she's lowering her level and ripping that 2 to the body and trying to come back upstairs with that hook to the head. A lot of times when you go straight to the punch to the body and you come up with a loop to the head, the eyes just don't really get to understand those punches that way. So that hook to the head usually lands, it's a pretty good punch. You see a lot of people go high-low. It's a good showing right there by both of these females. Both of the women are putting on a show to start this off. Phoenix.
Well, Gilbert gave Melissa Parker more turbulence than we've seen anybody else. It may not be enough. This is what she was complaining about earlier. Remember, Parker's been going to the body, and she went low there.
Yeah, that was high thigh right there.
And that's what happens when you don't quite get the position you wanted on the inside.
Yeah, got to step in to get those punches. A lot of times when you start punching loads because your opponent's on your head or they moved out of that range that you were considering.
The very first round goes to the Houston Hitman.
So the beat goes on for Melissa Parker.
Melissa La Bella Bestia Parker.
Important to note that no referee ruling was made on the low blow, because that could have changed things.
This round is brought to you by
She's very, very hard to beat. That
number 32, known to bring the heat. And now we go to round number 2 at 126. Introducing first, for the Phoenix Fury, please welcome Garner Cole. And representing the Houston Hitmen, Martel, the Menace Washburn.
It's always good to have a Connor in any kind of combat league. These Irish guys, the red hairs, they come out and they swing for the fences, man. It's always good to have a good Connor in there.
Well, Conor McGregor did a lot for MMA and in the boxing fans when he crossed over to fight Floyd Mayweather and became like a multi times over millionaire.
Right, and that was the smart thing to do. And we're giving opportunities out here for us MMA fighters to this boxing league. So we got TCL here, we got another Connor in here trying to make his mark and maybe become a millionaire himself. But he's got a tough task in front of him with Martel Washburn, and Houston is coming out very, very fast in this round. Even though we know Connor can be a tough guy.
It's a Rocky type fighter.
Oh, good punch right there over the top. Uppercut, looking for the uppercut. I like the way Martel is moving. You know, he's got a good jolt to him and a good athletic understanding and range about his motion. You know, left hand's a little bit low, but that's because he has an understanding of his distance. Oh, good right hand right there by Washburn.
Good clubbing right hand by Washburn.
He becomes aggressive, and then he sets up that counter punching and you know, coming out with the check hooks and switching up with that overhand. It's a good punch. You know, it's very good IQ is Martel Washburn.
Nice uppercut.
Very much. He keeps looking for it, whether it be the right hand uppercut or the left hand uppercut. He's playing basketball now. A lot of times when you see guys moving like that, they'll do the little basketball between the legs. It's to get a feeling of athleticism. It's to get something going. It's almost like being stuck, you know, being a writer and being stuck with the pen and not really understanding how to get to that next page. As a striker or as a boxer, as a combatant, when you're in that ring and sometimes it gets stagnant and you don't really know what to do, or you can't really see anything from your opponent, you get to making things up and you start to just move athletically to try to create some kind of nuance of an offense that maybe gets you going.
I want to see a fighter in a post-fight interview sometimes say, yeah, I had writer's block. I just couldn't get off. That's a good analogy.
And there's sometimes
cannot get something
you
started.
can't get it going, and you've got to create it. You know, writers just sometimes just go into writing about anything, and they have to make sense, right? Sometimes that's the same thing with us boxers are doing in the ring. When you see them, well, why did he touch his knee? Why is he pointing over there? Why is he, you know, picking his heel up or touching his heel? There are sometimes, yeah, it's a little bit showboating, yeah, it's a little bit flashy, but there is also sometimes where you're just generating motion so you can get going.
Get something started. Get out of that particular, you know, physical set. Well, we had Washburn with the good inside work.
Yes.
And Goad trying to move and having a hard time being accurate.
Yeah, well, that's because Washburn did a great job of sticking and moving in and out. Like, literally, he was in his face, punching, hitting, and then getting out. And then when he got out, he was there for the check hooks like that one right there. Now, he almost got hit with the overhand over his ear, but he was doing a good job of picking and choosing when to hop in and when to hop out. There's that check hook I was speaking about, and there he is in his face and out of his face. I think, you know, Houston is doing a good job of coming out with Melissa, and now they're going ahead with Martel.
Taking home round number 2 will go to the Houston Hitman, Martel the Menace Washburn. And now to round number 3 we go. At 135, introducing to you first, representing the Phoenix Fury, here is Joseph the King Rivas. And representing the Houston Hitmen,
not because
Nelson Hampton.
Not because he has a wrestler's tattoo on it. I'm not, you know, I'm biased in that way. But because he comes from a mixed martial arts background, coming out as a southpaw, and some of this TCL isn't always about how smooth you are and how much boxing you know. It's about winning the round. Some of these guys don't know how to fight. Some of these guys don't know how to box. But in the TCL, where you got 3 minutes to help your team out and get that victory, sometimes this is just about winning those 3 minutes. And this guy Nelson and this guy Joseph Rivas, sometimes they don't have to be the prettiest boxers or the nicest fighters. They just have to win this 3 minutes.
It's a matter of digging down right now.
Absolutely. Sometimes the greenness in the fighter shows up late in the rounds, and all you need to do is get to the end.
Now, there are a lot of colloquialisms in boxing, and terms evolve over the year. Explain to people who haven't heard it, a check hook.
A check hook. A check hook would be like, you know, throwing a right hook as the guy's coming in. You're basically checking his defense, you're checking his offense, and you're checking yourself. You know, it's almost like when, you know, you're facing off with a guy and he blinks at you or he flinches at you and you move. The check hook is basically the flinch, offensive flinch, to get out of the way of a matador. You step off to the side, you throw a right hook or a left hook, and you get out of the direction of which the way he's coming, and that's what we call it. It's like it's a measuring. You check him and with the hook, so that's why we call it the check hook. And there are a lot of Joseph Rivas punches that have no substance to them, but they're just getting going so he can get that momentum to add to his punches. You know, there are some punches where he's down there, it looks like he's just tapping and he's just like hitting the air, but that's so he can put some rhythm and some speed on the rest of the punches.
And after he had 2 blocked, he landed a nice sneaky uppercut. So you keep going, maybe the 3rd or 4th punch in the sequence is what's going to get in.
Absolutely, and that's, I would say that's a mixed martial arts technique. A lot of times we start our punches going into the offense just so they can start picking out which punches to defend when we're not really even throwing the punches we want. And that overhand right hook mattered. It shocked him and it got him straight up in his feet. He's looking for a finish right now, and if he can focus on where the punches should land and where they could land, he'll definitely get this point, the points that he's looking for. Hampton is in a lot of trouble right now, and Joseph Rivas is not one of those types to back off of the gas pedal. He's definitely going to be looking for the extra points because he's a real fighter's fighter.
Good left hand by Rivas, trying to close in here.
Absolutely. You notice he hasn't taken the gas pedal off. You know, he's still in his face. He's still peppering him with little shots, and he's just doing enough to possibly weaken his opponent. So even if they have another round later, this opponent's going to remember that. That's a good punch right there at the end as well.
That was all Rivas all the time. Excellent performance by him.
Yeah, we're going back to the example of how we got those punches going. You'll see him start with his punches. They don't really have much substance. They're just peppering a little bit, and then he starts to rip some heavier punches. It kind of gets the guy defending the wrong punches and just gets your motion going. It's a good technique to start your offense.
So for Houston, you're glad it's not worse than 10-9.
Well, for Houston, you're glad you started out with Melissa and
now,
Martel.
ladies and gentlemen, going home, winning round number 3, goes to the Phoenix Fury, Joseph King Rivas.
That's a good win by Rivas and Phoenix. He stopped the bleeding. He got him back in this fight, and he's a really good enforcer for the Phoenix Fury.
Introducing to you first, representing the Phoenix Fury, here is Abel Mendoza.
This is a round that I'm personally interested in seeing.
The Houston Hitmen.
Both of these guys got really good offense and some really good, slick, fast hands. We're going to see a lot of skill be seen, and if you're a boxer's boxer, if you like to see that skill, you're going to see some pretty cool, slick things happening here in this round.
Well, James Earl was in a couple hundred Olympic, a couple hundred amateur fights. He was a 2012 Olympic alternate. Also has a degree in sports psychology. He can tell us why we're doing this.
He can tell you the reason behind his why, huh?
And Abel Mendoza, nearly 300 amateur fights, and looks up to Manny Pacquiao. That's an excellent fighter to look up to.
Absolutely, and I've seen Abel Mendoza have a hell of a round a couple of weeks ago where he was supposed to lose. You know, the atmosphere in the gym, the atmosphere in the arena was saying that he was not the favorite, and he came out and had an amazing round earlier this year where he came out the victor in a fight that he was supposed to lose. So I'm excited to see what he brings tonight, because James Earl is a favorite in TCL. He's been here for all of the years that TCL has been alive. And it's good. It's going to be exciting to see what he's going to do with Abel in front of him.
So Mendoza for Phoenix, James Earl for Houston.
And it's interesting to see, you know, when fighters jump from different teams. You know, James Earl was on Las Vegas team last year, and this year he's on the Houston. So it's, you know, a different atmosphere, different place, different setting, different coaching strategies. So you get to see, you know, how they do with different coaches and their strategies. You know, you sometimes want to ask them, you know, what's the difference and what do you think maybe works for you a little bit better than you know, what was common.
How does that work in this league with fighters showing up with different teams? They get traded? They go to different franchise? How does that work within the league?
Yeah, well, sometimes you get traded. Well, not necessarily traded. At the end of the year, if your team does not make the playoffs, then all the contracts for your city are free or open. So basically, the teams that are really good open up and get other teams and other fighters involved. So say you don't have a James Earl on your team, and your fighter got hurt, or your fighter may not be as strong as you would like to go in to the championship with, you would call on James Earl or Abel Mendoza. You would call up their team and say, hey, we would offer you to come fight for us. And as the contracts and things get more understood in TCL, I don't know the ins and outs of it, but I do know that it's a negotiation when you're a free agent. When you're one of the best guys in the league and another team comes calling, it's a good time to not only put on some more tape, but get another opportunity to feed the family.
Yeah, and we've seen some fighters change during the season, too.
Absolutely.
So, yeah. All right, so Earl and Mendoza have made their case. Only one.
Yeah,
well, have made it worth 10 points.
I don't like the body language of Mendoza. I wouldn't say that he lost, but it just doesn't look good optically. And James Earl, didn't really dominate, but he came out and he made it look better. So I'm going to go with Houston on this one.
You're going with Earl the Pearl. Okay.
And here we go, fight fans. Inside the ring we go for round number 4. Goes to the Phoenix Fury.
All right, didn't see it enough.
Mendoza. 10-9 your score. 38-38, we are all tied up.
In the corner, there's a flurry right here with Earl picking at him, shooting the jab, and then going over top with the cross. Mendoza's not really doing much. I'm, a little confused at what the referee and what the judges may have saw. But,
here is
they got to give somebody a win.
And we're at 38-38.
Representing the book Houston Hitmen, here is Quinton Quickdraw Randall.
Quinton Randall, who has overcome homelessness, incarceration, and the loss of 2 children.
Oh, wow.
So you talk about somebody who's not going to be denied. I mean, that's the mindset of somebody going forward. He once held the WBC silver title.
Yeah, and as a father, you just look into the mindset of a man who has lost 2 children and still continues to fight. I couldn't imagine continuing to lace up, after any significant people in my family have passed, and to see Randall still out here, not only fighting for his children and looking to be in good spirit, but also putting up a good performance and really still active in the sport, still staying alive. There are some people in life that once they pass, you feel like a part of you is gone, but if you can still see the light at the end of the tunnel, you still have a fighting chance, as Quinton Randall is showing us.
Yeah, there's something deep inside that you draw from. It's one of the things I really love about boxers and the MMA fighters. There's just so much that they have gone through and gone past.
Absolutely, there's some of the strongest minds in the game. A lot of the thing about combat sports, it's 95, 98%. I'm not statistically sound, but it's pretty up there when it comes to the percentage of mentality, of mental, of what it means to be mental. He got clipped right there. He got clipped.
Will this be ruled a knockdown?
It will be, and that was a big punch right there. He caught him again with that check hook, like we were saying. A guy comes in with his hands down, looking to get his offense off, and if you can just check him with a nice little slap hook, a nice little slap punch on their way in, that's what we call the check hook. You could put some technique behind that, it's going to get bad. And Muhammad is all over him because he can see the blood in the water.
10-8. Will it become 10-7? If he keeps moving his hands, he might get it, even if he doesn't land the shot. If you make your opponent Looked like he's unable to defend himself. Here it comes, 10-7. Looks like it's on the border. Can he finish?
He can. He did get the finish. And that's exactly what Phoenix needed right there.
Now, we did not, in our first telecast in Dallas, we did not get a single stoppage or a single 10-8.
Yeah, we ain't had no short rounds all night. Now, this is the first one that didn't go all 3 minutes. And that overhand caught him, man. Just sometimes when you're in the fight game and you've had enough punches like that, that little check hook right there is what got him off his balance. It was a little slap hook that we've been talking about, that you've asked me about. You helped me define it. And it's that little leap in as the guy comes in. You just kind of check their offense. You check what's on them, and it happened to come out good.
It changed the trajectory right there.
It changed the trajectory of the fight. We're going to call that the trajectory hook. It was a beautiful hook. It didn't have much on it. It didn't have a lot of substance or elbow or technique behind it. But one thing about a good time punch is you cannot face a timely punch.
No, it comes from the angle, and here you go, 10-7, Phoenix.
We go for round number 5. To your winner, the Phoenix Fury, 10-7 for Ramon Muhammad.
All right, big one for Phoenix. I'm Dave Bontempo with Bubba Jenkins, and we have an interview coming from Amelia Moore at the venue. Go ahead.
This round is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery.
Hey, good shit, Quinn. You good, killer? Good shit, Quinton. Let's go, Jack!
We'll get that.
154. Representing the Phoenix
Here we are back on the floor. We're here with Joseph Rivas. Huge momentum shift. Tell me about this energy that you brought into this last round. You completely changed it for your team.
Yeah, so, you know, we've been the underdog since day one. Everyone's been thinking we were a joke. Everyone's been calling me an MMA fighter. I've been boxing for 4 years. And this should show you guys right now that we're the real deal. We're not be taken lightly.
You heard it for himself.
Especially after that knockout right there. That was
Woo! Talk to us a little bit about the team. This camaraderie is absolutely insane right now. You guys are amazing. I love the camaraderie.
So, you know, overall, we're a team. You know, like a lot of people go, they train to do their thing on their own. We're a team, and we're staying by that. You know, we're a family. We work together, train together, we do everything together. So you see right here, this is more than just a team. We're family, you know, and we fight with our hearts out there, you know, on our sleeve and everything. So it's really good.
No, I feel that you guys have been down to, you were 0-2, and now you guys are coming back up. Let's see it happen. Thank you so much, Joseph. Good luck in your next round, bro. Back to you guys, back in the ring.
Thank you, Amelia.
Yeah, he didn't want to be called an MMA fighter. It's hard for me being a MMA fighter not to show love, and I guess to be called an MMA fighter when you're doing as good as he's doing in boxing, I guess would be a little bit of an insult. But, I mean, he's getting it done with his hands, his left hand and his right hand. He doesn't need knees, shins, or chokes in it, so I guess I'm going to give him some love in that. Looking good in the boxing rail.
And he changed the course of this fight as Houston had started out with the first 2 verdicts, and Joseph Rivas putting Houston on the board, or putting Phoenix on the board, and Phoenix has been running crazy now with 3 straight wins, 1 a 3-pointer. Muhammad over Randall.
Ever since his Rivas' win, Phoenix has shown up, and that's sometimes what you need on your team. You need a momentum stopper, you need an enforcer, you need a point getter, you need someone to stop the bleeding. As we talk about with the playoffs and the NBA going on right now, you need someone on the team that has a veteran-like approach to them so that you don't get out of there and you don't get the lights being too bright for you and the big punches that the crowds are acknowledging aren't scaring you while you're on the side warming up. You need that kind of leader and that kind of mindset as you're going in to the team combat championships.
That momentum spreads like wildfire on the bench, doesn't it? When somebody does something and turns it around, and here we go.
And there's nothing like a team celebration over someone doing something. And these guys are trading hooks, got some blood in there, some hematomas on the side of the head. These guys are getting after it right now. And with 30 seconds left, they can be looking for some bonus points.
Felicia and Talib with Phoenix up by 3, trying to make it 4. And Houston trying to make sure this is a lead that stays manageable.
Houston has got to keep it manageable, like you were saying. They cannot allow, excuse me, they cannot allow the momentum of Phoenix to start to build, because as long as I've known it, Phoenix has got some dogs in the rest of this lineup, and they do not want to have to, and Houston does not want to have to dig out of a hole with who Phoenix has.
All right, so will it be 4 or will it be 2? The margin here with 2 fights left in the launch set.
That's a good left hook that caught him right on his nose. He slips that punch right there and gets him right. Boom! Not again. These check hooks have been the amazing, and that's the punch that cut him right there. If you see that hematoma pop up. Good punches.
Through the ropes we go, ladies and gentlemen. Taking round number 6, the Houston Hitmen, Renard Ali Talib Jr.
2 points.
9-10, 57-55, your score.
That's an important win.
A very important win. As we were saying, we did not want Phoenix to start to build on that momentum. Houston had to do something to get back in this fight. And that was a good job. They did that.
The Phoenix Fury, here is Deontay Dixie Animal Pettis. And representing the Houston Hitmen, here is Kasimu Yakubu.
So Yakubu and Pettis.
Oh, good right hand right over the top. Came out very, very fast. Landed 4 punches and 3 out of the 4 landed. I mean, really, really understanding that Pettis is coming out with a real strategic focus.
That's a good start to this one for these guys.
A little dirty boxing in here. A lot of times when you get in this little dirty range right here, the ripping of the body and the uppercuts are very, very important. So you got to try to find those punches when you're in that close. I don't see a lot of people looking for those.
That's very important in those situations who the referee is. Whether the referee is going to quickly break you or let you work out of it.
Yeah. And Casimo is not doing a good job of picking up the feints that DeAndre Pettis is putting up. DeAndre could be looking for some bonus points. With 2 minutes left, I'm not liking the response out of Casimo that you would normally like out of a seasoned boxer. So there are holes to be found for Pettis and an opportunity to get for the Fury. Because as he's looking at these feints, the reaction that Kasimu is giving us is not one of confidence and not one not one that tells me that he can defend whatever DeAndre puts out if he puts out an effective line of offense.
Here's Pettis trying to crowd closer. Eats a jab and eats a hook for his efforts, and then fires a good jab back. This is a referee that will separate quickly. Some referees we've seen take a longer time, which allows some fighters to buy time when they want to work some clock and get out of dodge.
Yeah, you like to see him break him up a little bit early. You want to see more boxing than hugging.
Yep.
Casimo has did a good job of changing that last 1 minute, because since the 2 minute mark of this fight, DeAndre Pettis had an ability to knock Casimo out. With that jab right there, he's back on the hunt, but he's got to look at he's got to look at it where he is in the cage, in the ring, because a lot of times he's crowding it. He's not giving himself an opportunity to knock Casimo out, because Casimo's giving him a lot of show and a lot of greenness to his defense. And if he could just calm himself down a little bit, I think he could pick the right shots to get him up out of there.
But he's only got a few seconds left to work with now.
Absolutely. He wasted a lot of key time in that middle section.
All right, so but as it counts down, a good performance by Phoenix and by Pettis, which could shove that lead back to 3.
Yep, another good round by Phoenix. I think that if they fight later in the fight, that there might be some opportunities to pick that up. You know, it's probably their last round as I'm looking at the list. But straight jab right there. Guy's closing his eyes. That's really, really green. You're not allowed, you're not supposed to close your eyes. You're not allowed to close your eyes in boxing. But, you know, sometimes it happens. A guy comes looking, you know, punch coming right down the pipe looking at you. Sometimes best thing to do is just not look at it. Right? But definitely a Phoenix round.
And all fight fans, taking round number 7. The Phoenix Fury, Deontay Dixie Animal Pettis. 10-9, the score. 67-64, Phoenix Fury.
And the difference.
And now for the final launch round, round number 8.
KO.
And the 205 weight class. Introducing first, representing the Phoenix Fury, here is Elijah, the War Chief Okada. And representing the Houston Hitmen, the Dominican Dynamite, Nagi Hakilera.
This is a round I'm actually excited to see. Both of these guys have heavy power in their hands. With this much weight in the ring, we're going to see some powerful punches. We could see some lights go out as well.
People always have that curiosity about the heavyweights.
Very agile is Elijah Okada. You know, moving very smoothly. Ooh.
We have a slip to start it.
I heard someone yell too. Takedown. That looked about right. Oh, he's definitely trying to be getting that left hook. You know, when a guy's peppering in and coming in and out like that, you definitely want to throw the check hook just to see if you can catch them on their way in. Of course, you throw other things behind it, but for sure you want to check those check hooks.
Aguilera looked like he might have been throwing a checkmate hook. Wanted to hit him with everything.
Yep. He didn't like those body punches. Yeah. Good trade right there. Neither one of them landed, but they both wanted it and committed to it.
Phoenix up by 3 points in the team competition, and these guys are going at it.
Yes, they are. They started getting a little bit of bite down on their mouthpiece right there in that corner. You know, he means those overhands. He's really trying to get some leverage behind that. You know, and they start swinging their heads out of the way and really trying to turn the opposite way to get those punches off. That means they're really trying to put some leverage behind it. And, you know, you see that out of, you know, I would say greener fighters. Most of the sound vet fighters keep their posture pretty tight, pretty in touch with their offense. But sometimes you get mad and you get a little bit blood or you get a little sweat on your eyebrow and you just lose all technique. You throw all form out the window and you're trying to just land as much power and as much arm and muscle as you possibly can.
And that's what Aguilera is trying to accomplish. You saw Austin Trout, his coach, trying to lend encouragement moments ago. Heads came together there. It could be dangerous. And that was like a rub-up headbutt.
Yeah. Definitely can have a little, when these big boys get together, there's not much room in there. So, ooh, good punch right there. Absolutely.
Aguilera.
Yeah, and Aguilera has been a little bit frustrated because every time he gets off or every time he gets to a position of getting those punches off, Elijah holds or he moves very, very well. Some good damage right here. Good replying by Elijah. It's not one-way traffic, but it's going good ways for Naji.
Aguilera with some high-profile good shots. And there's a good one to the body.
Yeah.
And so I think he's going to take this and make this a two-pointer again.
Yeah, you think they come a little closer, huh?
I do.
Nagy's pushing the pace. He looks best. He held least. I don't mind agreeing with you right there.
My conviction from the studio is.
We'll see what it's looking like. They're getting a chant going for him as well. That's a good rip. He went straight to the body, left hook to the body, that bent him over.
Sequence.
Yeah, if he would have went upstairs with an uppercut, it would have been gorgeous. It could have been a fight tonight. Watch this rip to the body. He's gonna go right in here and go boom, to the body and come upstairs with it. It was a beautiful combination right there by Houston.
And all fight fans, inside the ring we go. Taking round number 8. The Phoenix Fury, 10-9. With your cumulative score, 77-73.
All right, a little
Phoenix
surprise.
Fury.
Yeah.
I thought that was Aguilera, but it will be Phoenix 77-73 with a nice bulge as you take a look at how we got to 77-73. Phoenix with some great explosiveness in the last 4 fights. So, we're just getting started. Phoenix is on a roll. Let's see what happens when we get into the middle set. 77-73.
Step into a world of simplicity, reflection, and tranquility.
Tell me what I did!
Enjoy private accommodations, curated meals, and a minimalist lifestyle designed to help you reconnect with what truly matters.
And I will watch!
Let go of distractions and embrace the calm.
Break it up!
Start your quiet exploration in jail every weekday, only on MeritTV.
I was drinking every day.
I was hooked on oxys.
My husband turned into someone I didn't recognize.
The addiction crisis. Worse than a pandemic, we have a growing epidemic. There are approximately 20 alcohol and drug-related deaths per hour every single day. Addiction is a disease. Like any other disease, it may have serious harmful effects and may lead to death if left untreated.
Introducing Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and rediscovery. We understand the unique challenges men face in their journey to recovery. Set on 38 private acres, our state-of-the-art facility offers a safe, supportive environment for healing and growth. Our team of dedicated professionals specializes in evidence-based treatment, providing our patients with the tools to overcome addiction and achieve long-term sobriety. If you or a loved one needs to make a change, call us today at 386-423-4540 or visit us online at serenityspringsrecovery.com and reclaim your life.
Team Combat League Boxing is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place for recovery and self-discovery. Dave Bontempo and Bubba Jenkins with you here. 77-73 for Phoenix after an explosive latter half of the first set of fights. And let's take a look at how Phoenix was able to build this lead. It started in Houston's favor, actually, with Melissa Parker.
Yeah, she came right out and been the Parker that we've seen all year. Undefeated fighter, jumped right on Paige, didn't let her back. And even though she's fighting out of Phoenix, Arizona, she got a lot of Parker all over top of her. Melissa came with all of that Houston could bring.
But Phoenix, as Phoenix has done in every match this season, came roaring back. And that is the 10-8, which will become 10-7.
It was a big turn in this fight, and he was very, very excited to get this victory. You know, we talked about the tragedy that Rodman has dealt with, but that was another big devastation for his team.
So Muhammad gets his team set up into the middle rounds now as you take a look at the next 8 fights in our 24-fight package. As you know, 1 fight result comes from 1 round. So every round feels like the last round. There is urgency in every second.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see with these rounds coming up. Ala Medina, the Parker matchup is coming. Gilbert Parker is coming up. We're going to see that one again. But Medina's one of the most underrated fighters in the division and the organization. I want to see what he looks like tonight.
All right, let's take a look now as we head into the ring. The middle set is upon us.
And all fight fans, welcome to the middle rounds. First up, in the 126-pound division, representing the Phoenix Fury, here is Paige Gilbert. And representing the Houston Hitmen, here is Melissa La Bella Bestia Parker.
So Parker has been perfect this season.
As a captain, she's definitely been leading the way. It's good to start with her. It's good that, you know, in the middle rounds, they get it started with her. She's the perfect anchor for her team.
And she did it in the first fight between these two with body punches. Because Gilbert asserted herself well, but Parker, you know, with the head leading into the body shots, almost like a syncopated clock in total rhythm.
Yeah.
Two things.
Yeah, and she doesn't start with the rhythm, but Paige Gilbert has done a good job of peppering that jab. That jab and that right hand is way more educated and way more busy this round than it has. You can tell that she has taken a little bit of the adjustments from the coaches and definitely trying some new things that she wasn't doing before. She has changed her mindset about the way she wanted to fight Melissa Parker.
Probably told her, hey, look, you were doing fine on the outside, but you got beat by those body shots.
Yeah, so she's stepping on it right now. She looks good. Paige Gilbert is doing a good job fighting the 5-0 Melissa Parker. Her being an 0-3, she got a little attitude with this. And this is not someone that you can just smile at and say, oh, you're 0-3, and I'll just walk away with you. She always comes to fight. She always comes with her heart on her sleeve, and she's even showing Melissa Parker why I say that.
So we're halfway through. Now let's see if Parker adjusts to the adjustment by Gilbert. Now the heads came together. Last time there was a low blow.
Yeah.
And you've got two fighters who are leaning in, trying to get position.
Yeah.
That's where the heads come in.
Especially two southpaws as well. You know, they're going leaning away for each other, and then once they come back and they rock back to their stance, they're rocking right in towards each other. And if they're rushing their punches or don't have their distance, you can see a lot of that head collisions happening.
Parker doing some nice adjustments now.
Oh, good left hand by Gilbert.
She did eat that one. She was stepping back.
That kind of paused Melissa Parker in her tracks. It almost like stunned the computer. It almost shut the computer down. It definitely was a jolt that Gilbert got out of her. I don't know if it was enough, but it was something.
So we saw Parker shuffling back, landing some right hooks, and then coming in with straight left hands against like what's a very good outside style now coming from Gilbert.
And Gilbert did a good job of switching from trying to be this, you know, peppering offensive. Oh, she got caught with a hook there. She did a better job of starting to counter Melissa.
I tell you what, this was a terrific chess match between these two. We saw a lot of change and back and forth in just 3 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely.
They were both willing to try new things. And that's a tough thing on the fly.
Yeah, and if I was Phoenix, I would be very proud of Gilbert's performance. Whether she wins or loses, she put everything she could out there, and that is what you want to see as a person who represents the team. Whether she's winning or losing, that's a good left hook. Boom, she got caught with a mean right hook that, you know, Melissa lands, but then obviously Paige is still in the fight, and then she gets her punch off. Boom. Whew, another right hook by Melissa that we continue to catch.
Some of those highlight reel shots went to Parker.
Yeah.
And let's see where the verdict goes.
I think the verdict goes her way as well, but it was still a good performance by Gilbert.
And now, fight fans, through the ropes we go. Taking round number 9 from the Phoenix Fury.
Wow.
How about that?
So I was just saying that 100% good for her. But I was just saying that she came out with an ideal to fight Melissa Parker differently. Not only box Melissa Parker, she's like, I'm taking this 5-0 Melissa Parker and I'm taking her to the edge. And you can see it in her attitude. You can see it in the way she was punching. You can see it in the way she was getting punched, that she was just willing to fight back.
Martel.
What an uplifting victory that's going to be for her. Second fight of the night against one of the top fighters in the league. And also for Phoenix, that's an unexpected pleasure because usually if you're handicapping it, you're putting that in the Houston column.
Yes, indeed. Anytime you see Parker out there, you're putting a dub in her column, and that's a shocker right there. Garner as well came out with a different mindset. You know, you can tell that the coaches are speaking to them. I don't know if it's, you know, maybe a coach, assistant coach, head coach, or maybe it's just some opponent, some of the team that are speaking to them and giving them a different ideal than the ideals they came out with initially. But they have all come out with a different fervor when they first start punching than they did when they lost their last round.
And whereas he came in with the Rocky mindset in the first fight, he's trying to get inside with the jab first this time.
Indeed he is, and he's just got to be a little bit quicker because Martel Washbone has got a good athletic movement about him, and Connor's got to be smart and got to be very, very courageous to get in there and start, you know, peeking in those holes. You got to look in those windows, and sometimes you might get your eye poked out, but you got to look inside those windows if you want it. No risk it, no biscuit.
Parker talking over that unexpected loss with the coaching staff, going over, making the notes for next week, which there will be.
Yeah, you can tell the look on her face. She did not feel like she had lost that round. And then that puts a blemish on her undefeated record. Not only that, it is definitely going to put Houston in a little bit of a hole because, you know, Phoenix is all over top of them.
So you're Houston coming in there, you're thinking, we'll be down 3, maybe even 2 if we get some magic. And now you're down 5.
Yeah, and it's not going to be good. Like I said, Phoenix has some dogs in their lineup. So as long as they continue to climb this ladder of, you know, good fighters, Phoenix will definitely always present someone that will, you know, give Hitman a problem. And those are good punches by Washbone. If he's smart, he would really be trying to push on the gas, right? Ooh, that's a good punch and right hook to the left hook. If he can get that 10-7, it'd be good. He's really got 40 seconds to show to the referee that he needs that 10-7, and their team desperately needs it. If I was Martel, if I was the coaching staff for Houston, I would be pleading with him to find this. He's got to get it.
He's firing the body shots. Looking upstairs now, they're tying up by Goad.
10-9 is not okay if you had him that hurt.
Conversely, Goad knows he's in deep water, and he's been trying to hold on, buy some time, and he's very close to losing by only 1 point.
He did that. He did a good job of fighting to only lose by 1 point because he was on his back, about to get pinned, so to speak, and Washbone let him off his back.
So it will be a 4-point Phoenix lead rather than possibly
that
2.
Uppercut left hook right there that devastated him. And if he just shows a little bit more viciousness on the ring right here on the ropes, I'm almost positive the referee will stop it. He looks like he's in trouble. So just give that referee what he's looking for, and you can get that guy out of there even if you're not hurting him. Connor's a tough guy. He's got some good showing, but tonight has not been his night in the rounds.
This was not a good matchup for him. The same nightmare, 2 fights in a row.
Yeah, hard to find, hard to hit, and even harder to get away from. It's a good experience for him, though. It's, you know, this Phoenix team is a new team. Everyone there has got a new understanding of what TCL is.
Round number 10, the Houston Hitmen. Martel, the Menace Washbone.
That's it's down to 4.
This is round number 11 in the 147-pound weight class. Introducing for the Phoenix Fury, here is Alan Medina.
And this is one of the fighters that I was talking about is one of the most underrated fighters in the game. Alan Medina, he continues to show up for his squad. He continues to get wins that is not expected of him. And he doesn't say much or do much, but he's been in the league for 3 years, and he always comes out with victories that he's not expected to get. Very underrated boxer.
Alan Medina says everybody wants to be great, but nobody's willing to try. So you have to go a little bit further and dig down.
Got a good southpaw offense about him, and he's definitely always trying. Southpaw on southpaw right here. We got two tall.
And that's why we're seeing the tie-ups, and that's why we're seeing the giving ground grudgingly inside, as positioning is a lot harder to get.
That a knockdown?
Yes, it is.
Real knockdown.
Really, that's 10-8.
Those are big points, whether it be by accident or balance or
Houston.
However, I didn't see it as a knockdown.
Back in the running. Yeah, we'll get a look at that and make our own conclusions. But where it counts is that Houston now is, at the moment, you'd say they're down 2.
Yeah, it's going to put some points on it. Medina's got to punch like he's down. You know, Medina's got to try to win the round so he can mitigate the damage.
Ooh, he almost got penalized as he hit on the break.
Yeah, it was good timing right there, I suppose. If you don't get called for it and it's close.
The old adage that if you don't cheat, you're not trying.
Todd is doing a good job of having secured the victory, right, or secured the points, and now he's coasting. He seems to be coasting.
Well, he's got 10-8 in his pocket.
Yeah.
So the question now is, will he get greedy?
Or just, you know, run the clock out.
Nothing wrong with 10-8.
Nothing wrong with 10-8, especially when your team is losing.
And no other member of your team has gotten 10-8. He's the first guy.
Medina's peppering away, though. He's fighting like he's losing, which he should be doing. I obviously don't agree with what I saw in it to be the knockdown. So I obviously think that Medina's winning this round. But I believe that because he's constantly peppering, he's constantly working, he's constantly on the front foot. Even he got the knockdown, and he's looking like the one who got knocked down, but he's also looking like the one who knocked someone down, looking to finish them in a sense.
So sometimes you do see the judges would call that a 10-9 if they think he won the round anyway.
Yep.
The knockdown itself is generally worth 2 points. But we will see what they evaluated. Either way, Houston makes a big run back.
Those are big points. That was a big round. One that I did not see coming.
All right, let's take a look at this.
To push, it was just a balance issue.
He hit him when he was off balance. It's a continuation. Didn't land a scoring shot, but if you touch him and he's reeling, you might get the call, and he got a call, is really what that was.
Yeah. And look more, if I'm a ref, I'm saying it's a push, just because I kind of feel like, you know, it wasn't good.
11, the Houston Hitmen.
Either way, it's a cheap
knockdown. Manual.
But it counts.
9-10 for your score, 104-102. Phoenix Jewry up by 2. Round number 12 goes to...
Let's hear from Amelia at ringside.
Phoenix Jewry, 10-9.
Hey, Jen, thanks for sending it back down. It hits on the floor. I'm here with Melissa Parker after her last round. She always brings the fire, always brings the heat. Coming in, this is her second season with us. I know you guys had a little bit of a tussle yesterday, and there was some words said at weigh-ins. Tell me what your mindset was coming into that first round. You look beautiful.
Thank you. You know, yesterday we had an exchange of words. Things get heated. You know, we know each other personally. I mentor her, so she gets in her feelings. But today I decided, you can say all you want about age, but yeah, let's get something straight. It's about skill set. Don't let anybody tell you what you can and can't do, no matter how old you are and where you at life. And what I did, my 38-year-old self, I got in there against a 21-year-old. And I showed we can still box, and we still got it.
That's what I'm talking about. Melissa's been in the game for quite some time now. She is the epitome. I have to tell you, woman, you are the epitome of women's boxing and representation. I just have to also put it out to you, because at the end of that second round, you guys held in, hugged it out, and put it all out there. So tell us about that. You're amazing.
You know, I'm one of the older fighters. I've been in the game over 20 years. For me, it's about the next generation of women. It's no longer about me. You know, you have women like Amanda Serrano, Clarissa Shields, and many others who are bringing light to women's boxing and how great we are. And now we're making a transition from being the fighters to also helping build the women. So I just want to do my part in showing that it's not about me, but the next wave. Because when I'm retired, she'll still be fighting. So it's about representing, it's about setting the example, and just showing how women's boxing is excelling.
That's right. We're here, baby. We're here. Thank you so much. Back to the studio, y'all.
And we're here.
Wonderful interview. It was great to see that. And me being a little bit long in the tooth, you know, I love to see the older boxers still do their thing, still tear and whip up these whippersnappers, these 21-year-olds. You know, I just love to see her represent not only the long in the tooth combatants, but of course the women. You know, we TCL wouldn't be TCL if it wasn't for the women. That's why we give them the same stage as we give to the men. We give them the same amount of time to do their thing and perform. And like she said, she is a forerunner in women's boxing. She's a spearhead. First one in, last one out, 38 years old, still out there with all the young cats in the game, still doing it. Melissa Parker, shout out to you. Hats off to you. You're representing your crowd, your people, and your tribe very, very well.
And setting up the next generation indeed. We talked about the women's aspect of this as these fighters come to the end of an important matchup.
Yeah, and that was a good interview over a really good boxing match right here. You're seeing Jaden Britton have some really, really good skills. I mean, he's been timing Hernandez the entire round, and it's almost like he's picking and choosing where he wants to hurt him at because he's seeing everything. Oh, wow! And just like that, Hernandez gets hit with a check hook right over his ear, and that is going to be done, ladies and gentlemen. 10-7. Because that is a big punch. He's got 10 seconds to make those words true, and that's it. Because that was a mean hook right there. Oh, man, he did a good job of saving himself. He had that round completely won. One-way traffic, driving in a Benz on a Sunday down to the beach to get some ice cream, and out of nowhere, whack! Here comes a semi right hand. Boom! Right over that ear. I mean, being on the ropes, having his back against the wall, getting clipped, and then boom! Right over that left ear, right over that equilibrium. The medulla oblongata is what they say. Got him right down to his knees.
The ice cream spilled into the Benz.
He was cruising. It was one-way traffic. He was about to play the music and lay the seats back. And that's what happens when you don't bring your hands back. You get your Sunday interrupted.
The Phoenix Fury!
That was a comeback round.
Andrew
Huge comeback round.
Hernandez.
Massive.
The score, 124-119, Phoenix Fury.
So you think about what you were saying, and then the 10-8 comes. That is about a 3-point swing.
Round number 14 at 175.
With one good swing.
Steph Curry in the corner, boys. Steph Curry in the corner.
Here is Rico El Corojo Santana. And representing the Houston Hitmen, Deontay Boogeyman Williams.
All right, Santana and Williams now with Phoenix up by 5. Biggest lead of the night for the Fury, who led by 4 after the launch set.
Yeah, if I was the Hitman's coach, I would really be getting my troops together and saying, hey, we got to have some pride about us. We don't have a win all year. We're 0-2 as a team, and we're getting beat in another fight. I just don't like the atmosphere or the body language of the Houston guys, and then looking like they're ready to quit because, I mean, look at this fight here. Another guy down.
Another one.
Another guy down. It's not looking good for the Houston Hitman. They need a new contract. They need new weapons. They need something because they're not out here fighting anymore. They're getting beat up.
They're getting tattooed here as Phoenix continues to put on the pressure here. Santana, one punch away. The ropes probably kept this fight going. Good body work downstairs. He's already got a 10-8. If he just keeps swirling, he'll get the referee to jump in.
Yeah, if he keeps swirling, he'll probably have a 10-7 because he might not have that opponent later. Deontay Williams is scheduled for the 17th round, and you know that's 3 rounds from now. If he don't get out of this one, you know, we might not see him later. And if Rico Santana is smart, he would definitely be trying to get him up out of there.
Well, that could be a 4-point win.
It could be a 5-point swing. If he's able to get, he's already got the 2 points in the pocket right now. Say he doesn't finish them right now and they just go away with the 10-8, and then he comes out and puts the capitalization on it, that's going to be 5 points.
Yeah, he could get 10-7 here, and then if it's a stoppage, they won't fight again.
Yeah.
So you'd automatically get a win there.
Yes, he would.
So 2 points could become 4 points in a heartbeat if Santana.
But here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying, Big Dog. Listen to this. So if he 10-8s him right now, because he's already got the 10-8, because he got to set him. He 10-8s him right now and comes in, and that's the 10 out. And then 10-7s them later. That's the 5-pointers that we're looking for. I hear you on the 4 points.
How would you be handling it as a coach now? Because you're nothing better than a 10-7, but that's like some razzle dazzle.
Yeah, nothing better than a 10-7, but I have seen it where the girls can set that up. Some of the girls have been hurting the females earlier in the rounds just so they can get the stoppage later. I saw the opportunity for that with Atlanta, and I want to say her name was Davis. Ariel Davis had the opportunity to knock out a girl earlier. She hurt her and then had the small, slim chance to put her out and get a 5-pointer, which she didn't do, but that still presents itself in this round right here. He 10-8 him right now. Exactly what we're talking about. But in 4 more rounds, if he comes out and 10-7s him, that's going to be a 5-point swing that you would definitely be looking for as the season progresses. As Team Combat progresses with strategy, the strategy might be to not knock them out, just get a 10-8, and then knock them out the second time so you can then put 5 points on top of that.
Make it a 5-pointer all the way.
That left hook blew everything right there, and that what really got his attention.
And what happened is the gloves touched the canvas, and that is what prompted the knockdown call.
Absolutely. He overwhelmed him. After he hurt him and barraged him with that punch, he overwhelmed him, and that's what you got to do sometimes. It's not even about hurting them. It's about what it looks like. Remember, we're on TV. Nobody wants to see anybody get beat too badly, right? So you got to give that referee what he's doing. He's protecting the job, and he got to protect him.
Taking round number 14, the Phoenix Fury, Michael Santana. 10-8 your score. 134-127.
That's 2 consecutive 10-8s for Phoenix.
It's looking ugly.
Monumental developments when you get a 10-8.
Round number 15. 199-pound division. We introduce to you first, representing the Phoenix Fury, here is Charles CP the Champion. And representing the Houston Hitmen, here is Michael El Bandido Coronado.
All right, Pugh and Coronado, the first of 2 matchups between them tonight. And Pugh fights from a different perspective here with Phoenix up 7. The fight was dead even last week when he came up with that last victory, and that's how his team beat San Antonio. What about the pressure of fighting in the last round with it all even? And the entire match on you.
You're the cleanup punt. You're the cleanup batter. You're the man. You're Steph Curry's coming off the pick. You're LeBron James on the block. We are counting on you. You are all that matters. And a lot of times when you are set up to be the heavier weights in this league or the women in this league, you do have that opportunity to set yourself up on a pedestal to be that type of person. When they see you come up, they know you're a big point getter. When they know that that they need the bonus points and you get those timely punches like Mailata and like some of the other guys in this league, you should be looked at as the Stephen Curry, LeBron James, the type of players and fighters that you want to be garnered in that type of reputation that some of these guys get. That dangerous reputation as a point getter or a knockout getter is massive in the Team Combat League.
Well, that's what Pew did last week, as we saw Austin Trout, the Houston coach, pacing as this has started to get away from him and his team. And when you're a coach, there's nothing you can do other than go up and pace, because you've already talked to your team. You've already felt like you've got things in place. And Houston was making a run. Houston was within a couple, and then there was that sudden turnaround, 10-8, followed by another 10-8. And now Pew has been doing good work in here for Phoenix. So Austin Trout, who as a boxer and as a champion was so often out in front of his fights, now is looking at a massive deficit for his team that he coaches as we head toward the end of the middle set of rounds.
Yeah, he's definitely in a different seat than he's normally in, and obviously coming off of the victory that he's coming off of in Dubai, you know, he's not used to seeing, you know, that dig deep attitude and advice that he's going to need to give his team. You know, the same kind of aspect that he has in the corner to try to get that team riled up is the same kind of aspect he's going to have that he had when speaking to himself. He's got to talk to his team about getting back on the horse, getting back in the right mindset, and trying to come up with these victories, because even if they can't come up with the victory tonight, say we don't, they don't bring it in within close rounds, it still matters on the points in the end where the judgments matter.
And your pride, but this is another good performance here by Phoenix. Now let's see how they. Hey, they're going to go at it again later, so this is to be continued.
Yeah.
So Phoenix now trying to make it 8 as the teammates are up and all aboard with this. Paige Gilbert had a big part in this.
Yeah, they're going back and forth, talking a little trash, but it's good that, when they get to this place where the judge hasn't made their decision, you get to make a decision later.
Round number 15 goes to the Phoenix Fury.
So 2 in a row in prime time for
the score for
Charles
CP, the champion.
The last shot landed in the back, and then he landed one on the gloves, looking for a definitive shot. He goes up now to 4-1.
In the middle rounds, round number 16, 205 plus weight division. Introducing to you first, representing the Phoenix Fury, here is Adam All-American Stewart. And representing the Houston Hitmen, Jarvis Bear Barnes.
Southpaw unorthodox, the regular everyday offense we want to see from the Southpaw unorthodox. Southpaw is usually the defensive guy, sound and countering. Not always, but usually that's who they are.
And we've seen Barnes in some of our fights of the night already. And we've seen Stewart in the primetime stage.
Stewart has an incredible reach, as you can tell from just standing here. He can almost touch Barnes from across the ring, and he's trying to set up that right hand that he just threw. He snuck it out or flinched it earlier where I could see what he was trying to do, and Barnes has got to be careful with that, because with that type of leverage and that kind of power from that big man, that right hand hits how he wants it to hit, it could be a bad day for Barnes.
With the height and reach, the coaches often implore these tall fighters, please make it easy on yourself by taking advantage of your tools. Use that jab, and then now you can make your opponent impatient and he'll walk into something.
Absolutely. And that's all he's doing right now, Adam, is peppering with the left hand, and then trying to get Travers to step to his left at the wrong time, possibly with his hand down, and get blitzed by that right hand. It's a good hook right there that he's tried, you know, and that's to open up the offense of Stewart. That leaping right hand is over the top, is trying to get the guy to open up some of that offense. He slips right under that too, that Stewart's looking for. But he's got to get more creative with his offense as well, does Barnes. He's very simple.
He'll have to bob and weave. He'll have to really take a big chance of covering up and slipping that jab, which could make him walk right into an uppercut.
Yes. But he's already down there anyways. If he don't do anything, he can walk into an uppercut. So he might as well try some things. Like I said earlier, no risk it, no biscuit. If you're not willing to, you know, step out there on that limb, you might not be able to get there. Austin Trout again coaching his team and looking to tell Barnes what he's looking for, because, you know, you can see that he's stagnant. Again, we're back to that, you know, creating your offense. Stuck in the mud. I can't really figure it out. What am I seeing, coach? What should I be doing? And this is when you get that random, you know, little act of creativity where you just throw an arm out here, you pick a leg up, and, you know, there goes a check hook. You know, just some things that you throw out there just to check your senses.
Yeah, but
triple jab.
Will he do it? He has.
Whoa! Jab to an overhand. Look at that.
What a terrific turnaround.
Beautiful punch inside there. Left hand overhand.
Houston, you just solved the problem. Wow, that's 10-8 on something that looked like it was going to be 10-9 the other way. Well, that was a beautiful setup.
That was.
And it had to be perfect when you're doing that against a guy that is so far out away from you.
Came off of the triple jab. Look at this. Boom! And it didn't even hit the knuckle. It kind of slapped it backhand, but when you're a bigger heavyweight like that and you step in like that, oh, man, it counts.
He stepped in, but he also stepped straight back. He reacted to the punch coming to him, and that's human nature.
Yeah.
But he stepped right back into problems.
You cannot go straight back.
Taking round number 16, the final round. And the middle rounds goes to
Houston.
The Houston Hitmen.
You have a problem.
Jarvis Bear Barnes. 10-8. The score, 152-146.
All right, so Phoenix pads the lead up to 6 points, and now we're going to be coming back for the money set as Phoenix trying to put an exclamation point on what has been an excellent team performance thus far, and that is what kept Houston in the hunt.
You were tortured as a child.
My mother taught me how to be a very good liar without any conscience.
This was a homicide masquerading as a suicide.
Sleep Cream is the revolutionary all-natural cream made of organic oils and plant extracts. Simply apply Sleep Cream at bedtime and start enjoying. Sleep like a baby and bright-eyed, bushy-tail mornings. I mean, you do want to start sleeping better, right? Try Sleep Cream today.
To order, visit sleepcream.com to start sleeping better guaranteed. And for a limited time, get free shipping on your first order by using code PHIL at checkout at sleepcream.com.
I'm a 79-year-old power lifter. I set 4 state records for New York State for my age bracket. I set a national record on the deadlift. And I found for me, my body adapts better eating healthier food, putting better things in me. I take balance in nature because I've seen the benefits for me. I'm reaping the benefit of this product. There's no question in my mind. Otherwise, I wouldn't take it. Forget about it.
Get 35% off your first set as a preferred customer. Claim this offer by using discount code
Blink, and it's over. Saturday night ignites as the Atlanta Attack faces down the Miami Assassins. It's a fight you don't want to miss. Atlanta versus Miami, tomorrow night at 8 on MeritTV.
All right, back for the money set. The Phoenix Fury and the Houston Hitmen. Phoenix up by 6 points And we're advised of a scratch that we'll tell you more about that will make that margin actually 5. So still hailing range for Houston. And that was an explosive set of middle rounds, maybe the most explosive we've had this year.
Yeah, back and forth. Guys were getting knocked down left and right like bowling pins. I know that we were in here for some boxing, but it looked like some bowling tonight. As many punches were knocking down the pins. Left and right, you're seeing guys after guy after women get knocked down, and the action is still jam-packed. As much as there is a discrepancy in the fights, in the scorecards, it's still a good fight, and we're seeing a lot of action tonight.
It's been fun to watch as we head back, and let's take a look at how we got here with the big shots. Now remember, Houston was starting to rally and get close. And then we saw some developments here.
Yeah, they were leading and getting their going, and then Medina got hit with an upset and got knocked down right there, and that seemed to be the end of the beginning for Houston, because that was a big upset right there. Medina got beat, and then Houston went on to lose and lose and lose as they continued to come forward. This guy was winning the round, handling it, having it his way, and then boom, clipped him right over the ear to change the entire trajectory, not only of the round, but of the fight, because Phoenix went on to continue to have that heat for the rest of the rounds.
2 straight 10-8s for Houston, for Phoenix, and Houston answers at the end to keep themselves in striking distance for this. So, and we've had the contrast. First broadcast tonight, no knockdowns.
0.
There, it's like a shooting gallery.
Everyone's going down.
And that's the contrast. That's kind of the team concept with Phoenix. What an interesting team, because first year in the league, first fight out, they looked a little bit nervous first time. Then they came in, rallied, made it close, and then they came back and rallied and stole the fight against San Antonio last week, and now Phoenix playing with a lead.
Yeah, and that's what Rivas was saying. John Rivas was saying, the guy who was like, oh, don't call me an MMA fighter. He's got the big old wrestling tattoo on his chest. Yeah, he's a boxer, and he's coming out representing very well. But he was saying, they are a new team. You guys are going to think that we're not the best. We're showing up, and we're going to come here to show you guys that we're part of TCL.
All right, and we are going to be part of the money round set pretty soon. Stay with us. We'll be right back with more TCL.
We're not going to just tell stories. We're going to go inside the minds of these killers.
He told me his name was Ted and he was a law student.
Let's break this down for a minute. This was a man who'd make the devil blush with his sins. I want you to walk in the shoes of both perpetrator and prey.
Mystery and Murder. Subscribe on your favorite podcast service.
I was drinking every day.
I was hooked on oxys.
My husband turned into someone I didn't recognize.
The addiction crisis. Worse than a pandemic, we have a growing epidemic. There are approximately 20 alcohol and drug-related deaths per hour every single day. Addiction is a disease. Like any other disease, it may have serious harmful effects and may lead to death if left untreated.
Introducing Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and rediscovery. We understand the unique challenges men face in their journey to recovery. Set on 38 private acres, our state-of-the-art facility offers a safe, supportive environment for healing and growth. Our team of dedicated professionals specializes in evidence-based treatment, providing our patients with the tools to overcome addiction and achieve long-term sobriety. If you or a loved one needs to make a change, call us today at 386-423-4540 or visit us online at serenityspringsrecovery.com and reclaim your life.
It's hot and heavy at the Boeing Center Techport in San Antonio, Texas, where Houston and Phoenix head into the money rounds. Let's get it started. Take a look at the card.
And now, fight fans, it is time to cash in. Welcome to the money rounds. This is round number 17 at 175. Introducing to you first, representing the Phoenix Fury, here is Rico El Corojo Santana. And representing the Houston Hitmen, here is Deontay, the Boogeyman Williams.
All right, we test your 5-point theory right now. It will be interesting if it plays out.
We're testing that theory right now. And the guys that are at home watching this, they could be picking up on some Bubba J pointers right now. This is how I would strategize. I would make sure that gaps are really wide. I would hurt them and not finish them so that we could obviously have the opportunity to finish them later. And that would be called the 5-point puncher right there. I'm looking for the 5-point punchers on my team. And this would be a perfect opportunity to set that up.
All right, so Santana got the 10-8 over Deontay Williams just 3 fights ago and looked like he was capable of getting the 10-7, and he might get it here.
He's gonna get it. I'm telling you, it's in the air.
It could be Mambo number 5.
And I'm not Nostradamus or anything, but I called it. I'm just sitting here in my seat doing my job.
You did back when they were fighting. The first time you said, I think it's a good idea. Because it would have been 4 points if he stopped them.
Yeah.
Because then this fight would not have happened, and it would have been a 10-9.
Yeah, and there was no extra points you can get for that fight not happening. But if you stop him and he comes back, and then you stop him, to completely stop him, I mean, if you just hurt him, you just knock him down, but then you stop him, there goes that 5-pointer that we're looking for.
So the knockout would have been with 4, but if you go the 2 and then knock him out here, you get 5.
It should be like a big pick 6, you know, there should be like some highlight that comes on the screen when it happens, because it is the biggest points that you can get. You can't get 2-3 threes, or, you know, you can get maybe the 4 points, maybe the 9, but the 5-point punch is what you're looking for, because that is a devastating thing, and that fighter cannot fight for the rest of the night. Hopefully they can fight for the rest of the week, because they got another one, as we, you know, we're throwing action at you every week with the TCL, but man, those 5-point punches are really, really a changer of the atmosphere in the fights.
All right, so this is Santana versus Williams. Santana for Phoenix and Williams for Houston. Still a minute for Santana to work with, and he is teeing off.
Yeah, I'd be very disappointed if I was Santana and I didn't get it, because it's there. It's there to be got. An uppercut instead of an overhand, because he keeps
comes
leaning.
in, his opponent is still cornered and trying to buy as much time as possible with the tying up. You might as well spit the mouthpiece out once and try that too. What else can they do to you?
Step on your shoestring, step on his shoestring, go with the mouthpiece, and then hide behind the ref. That's a good 38 seconds.
Santana trying to put the finishing touches on. He's got 20 seconds to get the big one. He lands a good right hand.
But he's smothering himself.
Well, he's smothering himself. He's being tied up as Williams just wants these seconds to tick off. Can't shake and bake when you're losing.
No, you can't. And it's not really the bravado you want. And I wouldn't shake and bake if I had an opportunity to finish you, and I didn't.
All right, so he should have finished him the first time, right?
He could have made us look good. That's all I'm saying. He could have made me look good.
All right, so anyway, it's after Santana got a 10-8 the first time, he'll get a 10-9 here.
And that 3-2 to the face right there, it definitely overwhelmed him, and then it put him down, because, you know, so many bunches like that and barrages that you can't see when you're just trying to cover up and waste the time. It's massive. That right hand slipped right in. He's just trying to cover up and lay on the ropes. Good job by Phoenix Fury right there. I wouldn't be proud if I was Deontay Williams. I mean, he seems to be in a good space, but he gave up
taking round
4
number
points.
17, the Phoenix Fury. 10-9 the score. Rico El Corojo Santana. Your current score, 162-155, Phoenix Fury. And now, here we go for our heavyweights in round number 18. Introducing to you first, representing the Phoenix Fury, here is Elijah, the War Chief, Okada. And representing the Houston Hitmen, here is Naki Aguilera.
That's it. Aguilera has a 10-9 already tonight. He'll try to parlay that.
And Nagata's just got to stay active like he was last time. He was hard to find. He had some quick punches. Oh, he got clipped right there. He's still in the fight. He's showing a little bit of greenness because after he throws his punch, he doesn't bring his hands back and he keeps his chin up. But he might have been able to get away with it, but it looks like Aguilera will definitely answer back quick enough to hurt him. So it would behoove Elijah to put his hands back after he's done answering.
Always a good idea, and always bring that jab back.
Yeah, it looks like Aguilera figured out his timing. Because he's seeing him do all that, you know, and he's kind of getting that look on your face like, I'm unbothered. But after you feel that unbotheredness once or twice, you're going to do something about it. And if I figured you out where I've got this look of unbothered on my face and I figured you out, that third time you do something, I'm going to act unbothered and I'm going to do something very demonstrative.
And here comes Aguilera coming inside.
Right hand landed.
And good left hook to the body as well.
Good pace by Aguilera by trying to walk him down. He did a good job last time with just walking him down, but he's got to start adding some punches to the end of that walk. So you walk him there, and then he gets there, and then he moves. You can't let that happen. You got to get active.
And in a longer fight, you figure I'll wear him down, I'll land a couple body shots now, I'll eventually get there later on, but in the one-round format, go, go, go.
Got to get it now.
Aguilera really trying to do that, working the body extremely well.
Yeah. Trying to build. And Elijah's done a good job of, it seems like he knows he's outmatched and he's fighting he just wants to save himself. He got clipped right there. Ooh, good punch. Good punch, Elijah.
All of a sudden, he may not think he's being outclassed. Well, confidence boost has just come his way. Right. As did a right hand from Aguilera right after that.
Absolutely. A couple times tonight, they've made me swallow my words. I've been like, one guy's doing one thing, and boom, oh no, it's gone the other way. But I'm absolutely ecstatic to eat my words when I believe that one guy's not doing what he should be doing, and then out of nowhere, he turns the tide, and it becomes the fighter that we're hoping for that one moment. I don't mind eating my words if that's the case.
Isn't it nice that as long as we've been in the game, that there's still always something in there that can surprise you?
Yes, absolutely.
Nice.
It's the reason why we play the game, right?
It's nice to know that you cannot figure everything out in advance.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's good. It's still cool, and it's great to call it the way you see it, and you see it before it's called. And man, that's some of the best analyzing you can get. But you know, when you get guys that are in there ready to fight, and you say that they're going to do something, and they just give you a little bit more heart, man, I don't mind fighting them, eating them my words. A little humble pie is not bad for anybody.
As long as it's only a little.
And all fight fans, taking round number 18 goes to the Phoenix Fury, Elijah the Lord Chibakana, 10-9. 181-174 the score, Phoenix Fury.
Got him twice tonight.
Round number 19 will go to Houston, 10-9 for Reynard Alif Ali Talib Jr. will now go to round number 20.
10-7. 19 out. Did you say 19's out? You said right now 8. You said 19's out?
So Talib Jr. and Felicia, a scratch with a 10-9 victory for Houston. So that should cut it back down to 6 when we get the official scoring with 5 fights to go. So somebody for Houston needs a bomb.
Yes,
and the team has to get hot.
Yes, they do. And this is not the fighter to run into when you need something like that. Alan Medina is a tone setter, a pace getter, an enforcer, so to speak, for Phoenix.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Medina already has
20 at 147, representing the
He lost earlier. No, he lost earlier. It was a surprise. Remember, he got that knockdown that we thought was controversial. But that's why I believe, one, he's going to come out and be sturdy as a fighter, and two, I believe that was the end of the fall for them. You know, that was Houston's last good positivity. So, you know, we're seeing the swing at that point where Medina fell down, and that was the last that Houston had ever seen.
That's the high water mark for Houston.
Indeed.
As after that, Phoenix went on a run of 2 consecutive 10-8s, which a pair of 10-8s
put you way down.
In this is like 4 aces in poker. It just, you're unbeatable if you can get 2 10-8s.
And that's why, as an opponent, and that's why, as a team, you gotta have that ability to not give up the bonus points. Of course, you know, it's hard, and it's, you know, you're getting hit, and it's the fight game. But you got 3 minutes to give your teammates the best you can give them. Give them an ability to fight or stay in the fight. If you give up a knockdown, a 10-8, you have really, really put your team in a devastating hole that someone else has to pull them out of. Because if you just do your job and you lose, well, then we still have a fighting chance. But if you get blown out, or if you get stopped, or it could be very ugly for you and your team.
Case in point, with the San Antonio match before this, we had no 10-8s and no knockdowns, and both teams were in it all the way.
All the way through.
Because there was nothing, you know, it was point-by-point lead changes, etc. And these guys are really mixing it up well.
Yeah, this is a good fight right here. Todd Manuel's definitely answering the bell with Alan Medina trying to get that victory back. He's hit Medina a couple of times flush that have made Medina stop in his tracks. But he's still coming. I mean, Todd, you know, Alan Medina, there is no give in him. So, you know, he wants the victory back. You know, he doesn't feel right about the knockdown. But Todd Manuel is trying to put a stamp on something that he's already done with his 10-8 round from earlier. Oh, good hook right there.
Manuel and Medina working it on the inside.
Oh, good trade right there, and good answer in the phone. Had he not had his left hand up, he would have definitely got a hook off. Todd Manuel would definitely clean Medina's clock. But both of them had their hands up there, answering the phone, as we like to call it. Anytime you throw your punches and you got to bring your hands back, we call it answering the phone. Just having your hands near your ears so that you can protect yourself in case you throw a punch, land a punch, and that guy's in the middle of throwing his punch back, regardless if yours lands or not.
Operators are standing by.
That's right, 100%. And if you're not, you could go home early, and it could be very, very devastating.
Well, this was entertaining all the way through.
All the way through.
Guys, put it all out there.
Probably the best round of the night, back and forth. Still got their chance going. They're still there in pride and in presence, but their scorecard is ugly.
That is one thing. When you're a boxer, you still have to go out and fight and defend yourself, and there's no such thing as, well, this doesn't mean a whole lot. It means your health. It means everything.
Every fighter in there, it means something to them, and that's why I like the TCL, for when they aren't winning, it still matters on the points that you can still advance to the playoffs and different things like that, because we do know every punch matters. We do know every hit matters. So there's never a punch or something in TCL that doesn't matter.
Taking round number 20 goes to the Phoenix Fury, Alan Medina.
That's a good split. That's how Medina probably wanted it to go the first time before he gave up the knockdown.
183.
So 8 points to the good is Phoenix, with 4 to go.
Now to round number 21. At 199, we introduce to you first, for the Phoenix Fury, here is Charles CP the Champ, Pew! And representing the Houston Hitmen, here is Michael El Bandido Coronado.
So can Pew continue his primetime run over the last couple of weeks? The decisive victory we talked about last week, and then a victory here in his first matchup tonight.
Yeah, I like his demeanor. He's coming out, even though Phoenix has a big lead. I can see why he was the man to get them back in the fight and win last week. He's got a great demeanor. He's got a great aggressiveness about him, and he seems to have some good skill. He seems to be picking the spots and where Michael is covering up at, and he's finding those holes and answering those. Nice uppercut right there around the ear with the hands around the guard. He's doing a great job of picking and choosing as if Phoenix is down.
You come off a high like last week, and you could tell it's elevated his performance this week.
Yeah, there's something to be said about being ranked #1, right? When you become my Penn State wrestling team, we were never ranked #1 in the country, right? We finally became the #1 ranked wrestling team in the country, and we walked into our next tournament, we walked into our next practice, we walked into our next lunch downtown hall thinking we were the best things to slice bread. Yeah, here he goes. It's something about actually being validated as that guy, being stamped as the man who got the game winner, being stamped as the #1 team, being stamped and said to be a champion that makes you fight different, walk different, talk different, eat different, and respond different. You start to believe in what everyone's telling you about yourself.
It raises your expectations and demands of yourself. Now, to that point,
absolutely.
Last week in his second fight, it was almost nothing left in the gas tank. All fumes to get that job done. Tonight, I mean, breathing a little heavily here, but he's been fresher all throughout.
He's been fresher. He looks good. He's got a good demeanor about himself. And look, he's all over his opponent. And this is the first time. Uppercut there. That uppercut landed and did some damage. Now, 50 seconds left, and this opponent has nothing in him. If he could just calm himself down a little bit, he can find that knockout. Even though Parker's going against what he wants to do right here, if Pew can stay on the gas tank, he can knock out this guy and send Parker very upset in her losing corner as a coach.
He's really been able to zero in and do much more. He lands a big right hand there.
Yeah, Coronado kind of committed to it, but he didn't risk it too much. He just kind of poked his head out there and kind of wanted that punch. Yeah, it was just Mike wasn't aggressive enough. He was running into a buzzsaw and a man coming off of a game winner.
So this one will go in the books and most likely a win for Pew and keep Phoenix going in what is now turning into rout territory. Take a look at some of the
overhands right around the guard, uppercut right there. Not much getting in on that replay, but there were a lot of times where he clopped him clean. Good body punch right there, good overhand. And he continued to get around that guard. Pew just fought like he was a guy coming off some really good momentum. He's in a really good place.
Taking round number 21 goes to, for the 10-9 score, the Phoenix Fury, Charles CP the Champ, Pew!
Fighting like he believes it. Now we'll have Stewart and Barnes. Rematch of a...
and here we go, fight fans, round number 22. In the heavyweight division, we introduce to you first, representing the Phoenix Fury. Here is Adam, the All-American Stewart. And representing the Houston Hitmen, Travis Bear Barnes.
He was bad news, Barnes, back in the first shot as he landed a big knockdown to change that fight around and keep Houston in it at the time. It was a big performance for Barnes at the end of the middle set. Before that, we saw Stewart doing a lot of good things in their first fight.
Yeah, and Stewart was doing all the right things until Barnes actually hit him in the last 15 seconds of the fight, right? But it was one way. Adam completely, kept the pace, kept that stick on him, kept that jab on him, and was really landing the punch that he wanted to land. It's just that every now and then, Barnes kept poking out that overhand, and one of them didn't even land with the knuckle. It kind of landed with the backhand, but it landed, and it put Stewart down. And that's something that Stewart's got to be looking up to. That right hand is not where it needs to be as far as protecting himself from whatever Barnes throws that random overhand, because he does throw it randomly. There it is again. It's not very particular, and it's not set up. It just happens to come out of nowhere, and if he gets a good first step on it, he can put Adam down again, in which we saw before.
We saw it was a triple jab and then a quick shot in the final seconds of the fight. In fact, after Stewart had beaten the count, that was it. That was over.
Absolutely. And after Stewart was beating him for the round, I believe.
Yeah, Stewart was having a good round before that. But it just shows you how you can draw the sport up any way you want, but there are going to be some wild cards, and there are going to be some big shots, something that can change instantly.
Absolutely. 3 boxers in this fight have went down after already dominating. So that just right there alone, in just this boxing match alone, Phoenix Fury versus Houston Hitman, 3 fighters were winning one-way traffic on their way to a victory and got knocked down and possibly beat. And we watch it every day in the history of combat, but definitely every night there's a possibility of a random change in the moment. And that's what we love the sport for so much.
Good right hand here by Stewart behind the jab.
Oh, there goes that Wisher's punch. Every now and then it might strike some gold. No setup to it at all. No body punching, no left hooks, just comes out of nowhere, left overhand.
And that's an instinctive shot. We see it again. You really don't teach that. It's just somebody feels it and does it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a little bit like the check hook, So some of these guys have a natural blinking instinct of a check hook. You do anything to me, check hook. I blink and I check hook. This guy, if you blink, he throws an overhand. He just tried to do a check hook right there, but it seems like his reaction seems to be an overhand. And a lot of these fighters, a lot of these boxers, their natural reaction is a dangerous punch. Yeah, it was a good fight, good round. I think Stewart, learned from his mistakes that he did last time. Even though he kept the center, I'm not sure he got the round. That surprising overhand kept scaring him backwards. No substance in any of the punching by either one of these guys, but someone's got to win.
Taking round number 22 goes to the Houston Hitman. 9-10. For Traverse Bear Barnes.
Well, good night for Barnes.
Yes, indeed.
Maybe he'll flirt with 3rd star status.
Yes, indeed.
As Houston has...
and here we go to round number 23 at 135. Representing the Phoenix Fury, here is Abel Mendoza.
Now, I usually get Abel Mendoza's fights wrong. I'm going to watch this one, and I'm going to study it a little bit more. I have called Abel's fights 3 different times, and I had him losing every time, and he comes out with the victory. So I'm going to study it a little bit more this round.
I'm going to tell you how you can permanently avoid that problem. When we get to the end of this, say, David, either way.
I can hedge my bets a little bit, huh? But I just can't see a man. That's a down. That's a 9-8. If there's ever a drop, that was going to be one. So that's a 10-8. Beautiful uppercut right there.
All right, so Houston trying to make some noise.
In the last round of the night. And Earl is the type that wants to embarrass you. He's been around for a while. He's a vet. He's been in the game. If he can get you on a highlight, he will put you on the highlight, and it's definitely going to be on his Instagram tomorrow morning. So you make sure you don't get put on the highlight, because he's looking to definitely get one.
That's the downward trajectory of social media. If you get knocked out,
you become a meme. They didn't have memes back in your day. You could have just hit all those knockouts.
That's right. Say what knockout? They're not in the books. No.
If it ain't get a shirt, it never happened, huh? But James Earl was looking to put this guy on a shirt, even though I've always seen Abel as a passive-aggressive boxer. It's even more so after he gets hit. Oh, he's coming back. That clipped him.
There comes Medina.
Yeah, there's the Mendoza that have been picking up wins.
A whirlwind style.
I just usually see him, and that's a little flurry that I've seen from Mendoza that I'll give him some credit for. But I normally see him against the ropes on the back foot, you know, and testament to him boxing right now, cleaning up these hooks on Earl. I mean, these overhands and these hooks are landing with a great efficiency that shouldn't. Earl should not be getting hit like this over and over, but he's figured something out and he's found something, and I wouldn't change any of my punches if I kept hitting them like this. I mean, these are clean, easy punches that if I was Mendoza, this is all I would do.
Until your opponent takes that away from you, keep doing this.
Absolutely, and it wasn't there earlier in the fight when he was on the back foot. Now that he's a little bit aggressive and he gave up the knockdown, now he's all of a sudden wanting to box and shake Earl up a little bit.
There's Mendoza with the left hand. Now, the overland route has been smoked out and cut off, so he could go a different way if he needed to, but he's already pressed his point.
Yeah. Well, he's already gotten the 10-8. He's already lost his round. Oh, Earl got clipped right there a little bit. Legs went a little bit slippery. Good round by both of those guys. There's going to be a replay over this knockdown, I'm sure. Ooh, uppercut, got him. Spin right there, not a right hook. And they're just battling right here. Two small guys not wanting to give up no victories. Here's where he shifts and uppercuts, I believe. Boom, uppercut right there, then the shift comes and drops him right there. It's beautiful motion right there by Earl.
We go, fight fans. Inside the ring we go. Taking round number 23 will go to the Houston Hitman. 8-10 for James, the Fresh Prince Earl.
Makes it respectable, as Houston now won the last two. If they were to make it 3,
final round,
something to build on next week.
Number 24 in the money rounds at 135. Introducing to you first, representing the Phoenix Fury, here is Joseph Rivas.
Joseph, don't call me MMA fighter Rivas. I'm a boxer, baby.
Representing the Houston Hitmen, here is Nelson Hampton.
Back a while ago, Rivas began Phoenix's run in this fight because Houston had taken the first 2 fights, and his was the 3rd fight of the night against Nelson Hampton, and Rivas won.
That wasn't a punch, but the referee's going to count it, and that's terrible. That's terrible. He ended up punching himself out and slipping, throwing his own hook. And the referee's got to be better than that. You can't. You got the best seat in the house. How do you miss a man punching himself out?
And fortunately, in that regard, this is beyond reach. But what if this is a one-point fight heading into the last one?
Absolutely. The thing about Rivas is, I believe he can 10-8 Nelson Hampton. You know, that's the only thing that gives me the belief that, okay, I mean, you know, you didn't catch the slip, but I still think that he's going to put the guy down. I mean, he was so far ahead of him in the first round, or what was that, the round 3, that, you know, I can see him 10-8 him again, and he's just, you know, looking for that big punch, which I think he can get. You know, with a minute and 50 left on the clock, I think he can get a devastating punch. I mean, he's already confiscated the round in a sense, with Nelson seeming to just want to lay on the ropes.
Wants to go around and spend that 10-8. Yeah, but Rivas putting all the pressure on him.
They said stop playing with him, Joseph. There it was. That's a count. That's a count. And I said, as soon as they said, stop playing with him, Joseph, boom, boom, boom. 3 punches later, they get it. Now, what is it, 9-9? Or
9-9, most likely, but it's still a chance for...
and it should have never been a 9-9, as we said, because he punched himself out. But I said earlier, he could still make it up. He's so much far ahead of Joseph Rivas, is so far ahead of Nelson Hampton, that even though that referee didn't count the punches the way it should, he's still going to be able to win this round with a 9-9, 9-8 possibly, because I think he can put him down again with a minute left. He gets his punches going before he actually means them, and then there are some punches that Hampton has just not been able to catch.
Rivas with sweeping right hooks. This Phoenix Fury team has made some big strides. There are 2 teams that have really made major moves over the last couple weeks. This is one of them, the Phoenix team. The other, we still want to see more of Las Vegas to see what they're about. But the New York City Attitude, with a dominant 18-point win after being 0-2. That's something that you have to open your eyes for. So there are stories that will develop around the league.
Absolutely. Like you said, all these teams that are headed towards the championship and the cup in Los Angeles are all going to be developing as the season goes on. The more you get, the more you see, the more you box, the better each team and each coach and each fighter will become. And you're going to start to see the Team Combat Boxing League start to develop into a highly skilled, highly entertaining class of events.
And this was Rivas putting
good left hook,
finishing touches on his opponent here. Good shot.
Left hand, and he got very busy. See, that's him punching and missing the hook, and he kind of slipped. Referee says down. So it's like, come on, ref. We got to be better than that. But I believe we know who won this one. What is it going to be, 9-8? no one gets a 10. You all get knocked out.
Yeah. I think 9-8 might be where it's at.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, taking the final round, round number 24, with the score of 10-9 for the Phoenix Fury.
What's the difference?
It's still 1 point.
What's the difference?
They didn't want to be technical. Okay, they want to hold it against them.
Right.
It's still a 1-pointer for Phoenix and a domineering performance by this Phoenix team. So the Phoenix Fury with their 2nd straight win. And we will be back to tell you more about this one, Team Combat League on MeritTV.
Blink, and it's over. Saturday night ignites as the Atlanta Attack faces down the Miami Assassins. It's a fight you don't want to miss. Atlanta versus Miami, tomorrow night at 8 on MeritTV.
millennial generation was turned into a science experiment for the sake of enriching big pharma, big ag, and big food. It is devastating us and our children. Human breast milk now contains thousands of microplastics. If you need formula, you can't find it without inflammatory seed oils or soy. Parents have to order it and buy it from Europe. Does this all seem overwhelming to you? Good. This is what the American mom deals with every day.
American Values 2024 is responsible for the contents of this advertisement.
Weekdays at 8 a.m. Eastern.
All right, let's go.
Get your day going with Steve.
Everybody in a good mood today?
When you're having this much fun, it's Harvey working.
You just went straight up there, didn't you?
Steve, weekdays at 8 a.m. Eastern on Dr. Phil's MeritTV.
We went with the website nuts.com because nuts and dried fruit and pretzels and trail mix and gummies and chocolate and espresso beans and malted milk balls and crackers and popcorn and sesame sticks and veggie chips and energy squares and fudge and jelly beans and seeds and rock candy and saltwater taffy and dried berries and fruit leather and bars and jerky and so much more .com was already taken. Get 20% off and free shipping on your first order at nuts.com. Yes, we have more than nuts, but still the website is just nuts.com.
Total Combat League Boxing, Team Combat League Boxing is brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire Number 32, a drink not only made to tingle your senses with hot cinnamon flavor, but also made to pay tribute to firefighters all across America. This drink will put a kick in your step with its bold, hot smoothness. And you want bold? We've got bold for you here with the knockdowns. What a montage of big shots tonight.
Left and right. You see that check cook that we've been asking for all night, going ham on these guys.
That was Rivas.
Another one there. And they were all happening tonight. A lot of knockdowns after a night of no knockdowns. 24 rounds of no knockdowns. We get them back to back to back. No knockouts tonight, no stoppages, but the knockdowns were going climax.
And that last one you saw was a 3-point swing. And now let's go down to the ring announcer.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we make our announcements here to recognize our fighters, let's give them all a huge round of applause. After 24 rounds of TCL Team Boxing League action, we have the results for our second doubleheader, with a final total tonight, 228 to 221. The victory goes to the Phoenix Fury! And now to recognize our 3 stars of the night. For the third star of the night goes to Travaris Bear Barnes from Houston.
That one I called at the time.
Yeah.
And the second star of the night will go to, representing Phoenix, Joseph Rivas. And the first star of the night will go to, also representing Phoenix, Ramon Muhammad. And now, to present the round of the night, and that will go to, well-deserved, to Paige Gilbert versus Melissa La Bella Bestia Parker.
All right, let's go to Amelia Moore with our interviews.
And here with Melissa, I'm so sorry, here with Paige. I know. We're looking for Melissa, though, hoping that she's going to come up.
She needs to be here.
Absolutely. Congratulations on an excellent, very exciting fight between the two of you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. There she is. There she is. There she is now.
Again, one more time, congratulations to the two of you. An excellent, exciting, you guys just banging it out in there. It's
Yeah, we're good. I mean,
It's a
the second
men-dominant
round
sport.
suspect, but you know what? She did what she had to do.
We both
I'm proud
did
of you.
it. We both did it. Not just me. We both
I'm
did
proud
it.
of you.
Melissa says run it back.
It wasn't head-to-head, but it was a good fight.
Congratulations, ladies.
I got it effed up.
Congratulations, ladies. Way to put on an amazing show tonight and representing women's sport and women in boxing. I'm so proud of the both of you.
Anything that men can do. Even better, though. We did it better.
Sometimes.
Facts, facts, facts.
I can't lie. We did it better. That's why we got fighter of the night.
Congratulations again. Have an excellent night. So you guys rumble again.
Yeah, next one I ain't backing off, so let's go.
Shots have been, warning shots have been fired for the next go. And we're here with our next two gentlemen. Congratulations. I want to say, oh my gosh, like mind-blowing. I looked away for a second. All of a sudden, I was on Team USA with Q, by the way, so like have trained with him. That was impressive. Okay. Absolute huge congratulations. I hate to send the question, but like, what was going through your mind with that momentum? Because he came off and then you did.
See, that's the thing. I would love to give you some big elaborate answer. Like I was thinking this or that. The reality was I was just flowing. So, I kind of just threw the hook. I saw him wobble and I said, okay, business.
Man said he's just doing his job.
Absolutely.
Congratulations. It was a beautiful, beautiful knockdown, like beautiful KO. So have an absolutely amazing night. The two of you, I swear, Joseph had crazy momentum. You came right in afterwards. It was just like boom, boom. Right. You guys, the team itself, it's like the momentum just keeps rolling. You guys did an amazing job tonight. And you want to say anything about your team atmosphere? Because he touched on a little bit, but like you guys have crazy chemistry down there.
Absolutely. And I do want to say this, shout out to Joe. This is the third time in a row he got fighted tonight. How many people out here doing that? Come on, man.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Joe, give him some wisdom because it's clear that you got some secrets and you've been pulling some tricks, man.
All it is just going in there and just doing my thing. I've been doing this my whole life. This ain't nothing new to me. This is just another, Friday night, So just like you say, he was feeling his rhythm, he felt his flow, and he got the job done.
Love it. Love it. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations, Phoenix.
Thank you.
And
hey, guys. Hey, Phoenix is not here to blend in. We're here to stand out, baby. Yes, sir. Yeah, buddy.
Back to the studio. Thank you so much for having us.
All right, Amelia, thank you. And Phoenix did not just blend it tonight. They did stand out. The coach hit it right on the head as the Fury with a dominant victory coming to 2-1. And we'll be back to take a further look at this matchup tonight. So stay with us.
Step into a world of tranquility. Enjoy private accommodations. Let go of distractions and embrace the calm. Start your quiet exploration in jail every weekday on MeritTV.
The millennial generation was turned into a science experiment for the sake of enriching big pharma, big ag, and big food. It is devastating us and our children. Human breast milk now contains thousands of microplastics. If you need formula, you can't find it without inflammatory seed oils or soy. Parents have to order it and buy it from Europe. Does this all seem overwhelming to you? Good. This is what the American mom deals with every day.
American Values 2024 is responsible for the contents of this advertisement.
Trouble sleeping? We can help. It's not another prescription or drug. It's a cream. Sleep Cream is a safe topical cream made from natural ingredients and plant extracts. Just rub it on your skin. It truly works. Better sleep from the very first night, and your purchase is guaranteed.
To order, visit sleepcream.com to start sleeping better guaranteed. And for a limited time, get free shipping on your first order by using code PHIL at checkout at sleepcream.com.
In a world that's flooded with noise, remember this: the truth doesn't always just show up on the surface. You really have to uncover it yourself.
Presenting the facts isn't just a responsibility, it's our driving force.
This
is the news on Merit TV.
And the Phoenix Fury came in with their masks, and they go out having unleashed damage. Amazing, comfortable victory over the Houston Hitmen. And a team that was so close to being 0-2 last week is now 2-1. Dave Bontempo and Bubba Jenkins. How about this, what we saw tonight? Yeah. I think what we saw with Phoenix was a team that catapulted from that close victory last week, and it carried over tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. As you saw, they came in the ring tonight with some mask on. And I don't know if that's because they were different fighters tonight than they were previously, but they are coming out of tonight's fight a different team. With those masks on and a victory intact, they are now making themselves climb that leaderboard on the racks. And we're going to see some of the highlights, but they put on a show tonight, and they should be impressed by their victory.
Let's take a look at some of the balance of nature recaps and some big moments for Phoenix. Now, how about this one with Gilbert delivering the first defeat to Melissa Parker, who had beaten her earlier. That was a great exchange all night between the two of these, and then they were wailing, and then they were sharing.
They were back and forth in the interviews. They were sharing the interviews, going back, talking about who did what. I mean, it was wonderful to see it. And then we had the explosive knockout right here with the check hook that put him on his skates and then got him up out of there with the 10-7 victory for Phoenix.
So Joey Rivas and Rahman Mohammed had big nights for Phoenix.
Rivas represented Phoenix very well, said that I'm not an MMA fighter, I'm a boxer, and you guys are going to get my stats right. Phoenix had their foot on the gas all night, and it looked very good. That was Medina right there having a good night for himself. Getting knocked down earlier, but coming back later in the fight to win his round, and he ended up with a draw that night.
Good back and forth. Earlier, Barnes getting star number 3 for
Watch this
Houston.
knockout. Boom!
Bada bing!
Yes, sir. Going one way and then boom. Operator didn't call his phone, didn't put his hand back, and that's there. There you have it.
And that was a lot of explosiveness now for Phoenix in the last 2 weeks. We saw them start tentatively against LA a couple weeks ago, gradually get some momentum, and then carry that from week to week.
As you see right here, Medina getting that draw that we talked about, getting that victory back and it going back and forth. And then we see right here, the man you mentioned all night, Joseph Rivas, picking up a big knock right here, picking up a big knockdown right here with, having his opponent on the fence and then hitting him with a mean left hook that we're gonna see. That sits him down and the referee counts him out. Little shimmy for the crowd and he gets the victory for the Phoenix Fury. Amazing performance by Phoenix tonight over Houston.
We'll wait to see what happens when they get into their own arena.
Yeah.
Because they've been doing it in Texas. So now that they have a couple wins in a row and the standings have been shaken up, let's take a look at how the standings appear after tonight. The Dallas Enforcers, the only 3-0 team, but there are the Hustle. There's the Philadelphia Smoke, the defending champions, and right up there in the first panel, the Phoenix Fury. Last week they were down by the bottom. They've crossed over into the first panel. So that's who's on the rise on the stock watch. So the standings have been updated. We have more coming your way as Phoenix celebrates. We'll be back with more in just a bit.
What's gold is new again, pardon the pun. But considering gold has been used as currency since around 550 BCE, it has been on fire the past year. I'm here with Daniel Boston, the founder of Preserve Gold. Why is gold so stable and such a good investment for many people?
Take the central bank, for example, the Federal Reserve. They print money out of thin air, and then they take that printed money to go buy hard assets like gold to protect themselves against the very risks that they're creating. So I always tell people, don't do what the big players are telling you to do. Do what they're doing themselves.
Yeah, watch what they're doing.
That's correct.
Okay. If people are interested in investing with Preserve Gold, how do they get started?